Good morning, everyone. This is our council budget meeting for January 14th, and the meeting is being held via Zoom. Everyone is participating remotely today. We'll start the meeting as we usually do with the playing of O Canada and our Indigenous land acknowledgement.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, a true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I'll just introduce the participants in the meeting for the record. As I mentioned previously, everyone is online today via Zoom. We have with us Councillors Janice Bray, Joe Lamb, Scott Nash, and Brian Woods. And I'm Mayor George Comrie. We have, in addition, a number of our staff with us today. Our CAO clerk, Nigel Black. We have our fire chief, Bob Whitman, our treasurer, Jessica Sinkowski, our public works manager is Mike. I'm saying, who else have I missed?
And Mike Huggins, right?
Mike Huggins, yes. Who have I missed?
Wendy. Wendy.
Wendy.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah, sorry, sorry, Wendy. I'm looking at the screen and the pictures, but anyway. All right, there we are. So welcome everybody, and let's get started. First item of business, I guess, is to ask if there is any pecuniary interest to disclose in today's proceedings. Okay, thank you. I'll note that none is declared. Next, can we get a motion to approve the agenda as circulated? And it is an agenda of essentially one item, which is to review our capital, basically our capital budget and reserves today. So, mover and seconder, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can make that motion, Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Councillor Nash.
I'll second it, Councillor Lamb.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, can I call the question then? All those in favor, if you can just signal with your hands up or say yes if you're not on the screen.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We have an agenda. As we will only have one motion, I guess, when we at the end of this discussion, but can we move into committee of the whole, please? Mover and seconder.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ray, seconded by
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's carried, and we're in committee of the whole at 10:06 a.m. And that's it for motions until we get back into until we finished our discussion. So we have a report from our treasurer, 2026 title 2026 proposed capital budget. I guess I will ask Jessica if you would like to introduce your report briefly, please.
Sure. Thank you through your worship. Good morning, Council. Before we get into the individual projects, I just wanted to take a few minutes to explain how the report was structured, why capital was presented separately this year, and what we're asking Council to consider today. So at first, I want to acknowledge this is the first time Council's presented with the proposed capital budget as a standalone report, and the intent behind that was twofold. First, separating capital from operating allows Council to clearly distinguish between your day-to-day operating costs and your long-term investments in municipal assets. Capital decisions have different timelines and funding sources and financial impacts than operating, so reviewing them independently helps make those impacts more transparent. Secondly, this approach allows Council to better understand how capital decisions affect the tax levy, particularly where projects are levy funded versus reserve or grant funded. And bringing forward capital first provides clarity on those pressures before the full operating budget is presented. So we brought this report forward for information purposes only. Staff are not asking Council today to approve individual capital projects, but rather we're presenting the proposed capital program early in the budget process so that Council has the opportunity to ask questions of staff on the proposed projects, better understand the operational need, scope, and funding approach for each initiative, and provide direction on any changes, deferrals, or areas requiring further review. The recommendation before Council today is to receive the report for information and to direct staff to include the proposed reserve contributions, reserve-funded projects, and levy-funded capital amounts in the draft operating budget, which will be brought forward in early February. So this approach is intended to support a more informed and structured budget discussion by ensuring that capital priorities and funding implications are understood and refined in advance rather than being introduced for the first time as part of the final comprehensive budget. So the report in February is going to bring forward everything together, operating capital, reserves, and levy impacts, so Council can make final budget decisions in one complete package. I just wanted to flag that in future years, a potential approach could be that capital projects funded from reserves could be approved earlier in the budget cycle, potentially in November or December. This would allow staff to begin procurement earlier on reserve-funded projects, while still ensuring that Council retains full control for levy impacts. So levy-funded capital would continue to be approved as part of the operating. Another change for this year is that departments were asked to submit capital requests using a standardized project template, and that was to ensure consistency in how projects are described, how costs are presented, and how each project ties back to the strategic plan and the asset management objectives. Those project sheets are included as attachments to the report. So the proposed 2026 program includes approximately 24 capital projects with a total estimated value of 1.34 million. They're focused on priority asset needs, regulatory requirements, lifecycle maintenance, fleet replacement, and operational readiness. The program includes deferred projects from 2025, annual lifecycle maintenance and renewal, fleet and equipment replacement, and a limited number of new projects that are driven by safety, compliance, or operational need. In some cases, submissions were high level and additional details still required. So those limitations have been noted for council's awareness. And in those cases, placeholder projects were included intentionally to allow for planning consultation or preliminary work to proceed before final scope is brought back to council. The capital programs funded through a combination of asset management and equipment reserves, OSIF and CCBF grant funding, targeted use of the tax levy, and limited use of restricted reserves, which is the Parkland Dedication Reserve for eligible projects only. I just wanted to note that council did approve $90,000 in levy-funded capital projects in 2025. For 2026, staff are proposing $314,000 in levy-funded capital projects, but it's important to note that that would be a net increase of approximately $224,000 in capital levy funding. It's also important to note that the municipality recorded a very healthy surplus of $285,000 in 2024. A separate report is going to be brought forward to the regular council meeting next week, recommending that that surplus be transferred to a reserve. So once the full operating and capital budgets are presented together in February, council will have the opportunity to determine whether a portion or all of that surplus should be used to offset levy impacts, including both operating and capital pressures. Another key feature of the proposed capital program is that no new debt is recommended. Council will note that the annual repayment limit is currently at approximately 40%. So there is available debt capacity under provincial limits. However, staff are not recommending issuing new debt at this time, given existing obligations and upcoming asset management work. We want to maintain flexibility and minimize long-term financial commitments. So in terms of reserve funds, the municipality remains in a stable reserve position heading into 2026. Reserve balances are estimated at about 2.1 million. Should note that staff are recommending an increase of $65,000 to the asset management reserve contributions, bringing the total contribution to $550,000. And that's intended to move us closer to the $1.1 million annual capital funding target that was identified in the 2024 asset management plan. And it also recognizes some funding constraints, mainly a reduction in annual OSIF funding of about $20,000. Contributions to our other equipment-specific reserves are recommended to remain at 2025 levels until we have a longer-term capital forecast completed. And from an asset management perspective, many of the proposed projects, particularly in roads, bridges, fleet, and facilities, are life cycle investments. So these projects are intended to maintain or extend the useful life of existing assets and delay more costly reconstruction or replacement in future years. Throughout the next year, staff are going to be working to consolidate prior asset management plans, supporting schedules and condition data into a more comprehensive framework, and that will support the development of a longer-term 5 to 10-year capital forecast, and we plan to bring that forward as part of the 2027 budget. So following this overview, I'm going to propose that we walk through the individual capital projects using the project information sheets that are included in Attachment A. And department managers can speak to the operational need and scope of their projects. And council will have the opportunity to ask any questions. So I'm happy to pause here and I can share my screen and we can go through project by project.
Mr. Mayor?
Thanks. And yeah, I was just going to say thanks, Jessica. That's a lot of good information here in the notes you've provided. You had a question, Councillor Lamb, or a comment?
Well, I just wanted to make a comment, if I could.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. I want to thank Jessica and Nigel and all of staff for a very comprehensive, well-written report. It's easy to follow, and I really like it, and it certainly is a major step forward from what this council has been used to the last 3 years, and I venture to say better than most years I've ever had on council. So congratulations to all of you. I'm particularly happy about the reserve plan being, I think roughly 2.1 million and change. I asked Jessica yesterday what the reserve plan was when this council started in 20. So it would be the 2023 budget, going into that budget, what the reserve plan was, and it was 1.26 million, so 1,260,000. And if you take it, what is projected, at least at this point, it's about a 75% increase in reserves. So that's good, and I'm pleased with that. I want to point out to everyone that the 200, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jessica, but the 284,000 of surplus from 2024 is in these numbers, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, it's not outside that we have, will impact the numbers. It is in here. I'm also, very pleased about that we're not incurring any more debt. I think that's a positive step forward, and so that's really good. Yeah, I think those are just my general kind of comments. And again, thank you all very much, and for your hard work. And I guess we'll go through this. It makes it the only difficulty about going to capital is that, and I know we're only going to receive it for information, but you really can't approve anything at all, because you have to look at the operating, and what generally happens is most times your operating is kind of fixed, and if you need to make any adjustments, you go back to the capital and start to look at that to arrive at a tax rate that we think is reasonable. And I think at the last meeting when we were doing a straw poll, the increase that we were desiring was somewhere in the area of 3 to 4%. So that's just a general area. So it's nice to have the 284,000 to kind of use to maybe help budget that. So anyway, that's all I have. And again, thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I might be able to speak, if I believe.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Again, I just wanted to thank staff for arranging the presentation. Good job on the presentation and reports. I also wanted to thank staff. I've spoken to most of the staff over the last week since getting the draft capital budget, and discussed a number of items with them. So thank you for that time as well. And I also wanted to also thank you for doing the page summary, I'll call it, the standardized form for each capital item. I think although they're just brief, for the most part, it's very good, because it gives council and the public an idea of where the ideas are coming from and originating from. So I think that's great. Hopefully we'll see that in the years to come. And I guess speaking about reserves, over the last 3 years, the current council has been able to build that reserve to over to over $2 million. But I think it's important that we continue to build that reserve. And I would love to see, as a council member, to get that reserve up to 2.5 million if we can. I think I'm going to say previous councils might have fell short of making sure that reserve was healthy. And I think we've done a great job under this council of getting it up to a number, but I still think we need to increase it And the one thing I see, and I know this will be more for another meeting, but it will affect our capital um, budget, is right now we're seeing a net, what was proposed in our paperwork was contributions from our asset management plan of 550,000, but taking out 630,000. So we're not increasing that reserve much this year. And I think that's something that we need to look at to make sure we are still adding to the reserves as we have done over the last 3 years. And I'm sure we'll address that as time goes on. Another item that I believe can help for our capital budgets is right now the OSIF grant, or the Ontario Community Infrastructure Grant. We have about $127,000 of carry forward, which still isn't being used in this budget either. And some of the items that OSIF grant can be used for, some research I've done, is some of our AMP studies, the asset management plan studies, or bridge rehabilitation studies for the AMP. So I'd ask staff to look into that, and we'll go through it today as we go through the items. I feel another item is a parkland dedication fee, and I've spoken to this each year, and I've spoken to staff leading up to the meeting, that currently we have about $180,000 from past years in the Parkland Dedication Reserve Fund, and 60% of that needs to be spent each year, or at least allocated. And we're only suggesting 40,000, but there is no allocation. So I believe that some of our items, when we go through them today, can actually be drawn from that Parkland Reserve that might not be marked for it as yet. And I have a few more that I'd like to see as additions to the capital. As for example, a Zamboni, just the back of fits the back of a tractor. Improvements at Snakeskin Boat Launch, some things like that. And I think the last couple things, just in closing here, well, I guess I have a number of things left, but is I see a few vehicles on here for new projects. And I know I've spoken to staff about it and some of the departments about it. And I feel that doing a lease might be better than doing a all-out buyout. And if we do a lease, that might generate an extra 120, 130,000 this year that could go to reserves, and we just continue on with lease payments, and the vehicles go back after 3 or 4 years for the pickup trucks that are being suggested. And then I also think that on a couple of the projects, I'm on my last little page of chicken scratch I have here. We have some surface treatments that I'll bring up as we go through them, and I have some ideas on those, along with the generator and the utility vehicle. But I'll wait and speak about those on each of the items. And just the very last thing in closing, sorry, is we might be able to think about using some of our gravel maintenance money, and instead of calling it gravel maintenance, calling it and putting it under capital budgets for some of our road works. And we just need to make sure, if we're doing that, to meet some of the funding requirements, is that we're doing improvements to the roads. So, if we're only adding an inch of gravel, that would be more maintenance. If we're adding a full lift of 6 or 8 inches of gravel, doing culverts, ditching, that would be considered an improvement. So we might be able to use some of our maintenance money for capital projects, but use some of our unused OSIF funding for those. And I think if we do some of the ideas I've spoken about, you can have a budget that looks very similar to what we've done, but by moving numbers around, we'll probably be able to contribute 300 to 400,000 in addition to the reserve. So instead of 550 going in, we can probably have it closer to 900,000 going in, or a net increase of 350 or 400 grand. But again, thank you, all the staff members, for speaking to me, for putting this together. I think it's a great idea that we're speaking about this now. I think this is a great opportunity, and hope, as you said, Jessica, that in the years to come we'll continue this. So thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thanks. Are there any other general comments before we get into the individual projects? Okay, then if not, Jessica, if you want to proceed with your, we'll just go through them one at a time.
Okay. Does everybody see my screen?
We're on page 6 of 34, if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken, in the package, if you're looking
Oh.
at your paper.
Yes,
Or-
perfect.
yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we can just go through project by project. The first project is something that's under my area of responsibility, and that's continuation of the asset management plan. So we do have a little bit of work to finish up this year to get the 2025 requirement completed, and that's to present proposed levels of service versus current levels of service that were in the 2024 plan. I did get an updated number since I prepared this from our consultant, and we only require an additional $10,000. Councillor Nash is correct that we could potentially fund this from the asset management reserve or from our OSIF funding. So we do have OSIF funding unallocated. So I could swap out that funding if council prefers, and that would reduce any levy requirement.
So through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I like the idea of swapping it to the OSIP funding. So that's my position on that. So this, I guess we're going to amend it to 10,000, right?
Yes, correct.
And this money goes to the consultant?
Yes, and it's something that we've already committed to.
Okay, and
So it's
who is
just
the consultant again?
it's PSD Citywide.
Okay, and we're happy with their performance and
Yes.
okay. So this isn't a new study. This is sort of taking all the studies and putting them together into service levels and that sort of thing. Am I correct?
Yes, exactly. And it's just continuation of the project that was initiated in 2025. But we had only budgeted 22,000. We require an additional 10 to complete it.
Okay. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead.
Yeah, perfect, Jessica. I know you'd said that we could use OSIF, and I think that's what we should do. And yeah, I know this is just a carry forward, so I won't say much, but the research I did about the OSIF in the past, I think 2 years ago, I think it was suggested that we use some funding for the AMP consultants, but we weren't able to at the time. So it's great that either the government's updated it or it is possible to now use it for it. So I'll leave it at that. That's the only comment I have. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you. Is there any other questions on this project? Okay, we'll move on to the next one. So next is the official plan, which is assigned to Nigel.
Thanks, Jessica. This, I think everyone's familiar with this. This is the continuation of our official plan review. I will say that the budget that I've got here of the 24,000 was a bit of an error or a miscommunication between myself and Jessica. So I'm going to have to revise that. It will be higher, as it will also include some of the work that will get done on the zoning bylaw. So it's meant to be a combined budget for official plan and zoning bylaw review, and that's a contract that council entered into in 2024. So this is just a continuation of that work based on what we expect to get completed in 2026.
And through you.
Go ahead.
No, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, Nigel. Continue. Sorry.
No, that was it. Just that I will have to update that number, and you will have that number for the next time you see this in the full budget discussion.
Okay. I mean, my question was going to be to do with that. I had it circled on my sheet, and I believe, like when I'm looking at what I remember the contract was awarded for, I think maybe it's more like 50 or 60,000 is left. Might that be more?
Yeah, I would think, well, it may even be a little bit higher than that. I believe it was around 65 for the official plan and a similar amount or maybe a little bit less for the zoning bylaw. So we just need to review that with the consultants and see exactly how much was spent in 2025, how much is left to spend, and how much we have to spend in 2026 with respect to the zoning portion of that review.
Perfect. Thanks, Nigel.
Other than that, I don't have anything to add. I think the plan sort of speaks to itself, as council's all well aware of it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I had the 24,000 circled too, because I thought we had much more to do, and so I'm
Yeah,
glad
we do. Yeah.
glad you caught that. The zoning bylaw. I guess we have to look whether actually we'll get to the zoning bylaw or not by the end of the year. We're still working on the official plan, and then that official plan has to be sent to the government, and they have 3 months to comment. And I'm sure we could probably go on and start talking about the zoning bylaw under the assumption that it will be passed as we present it. But is this something is the zoning bylaw something that I'll say it, that this council wants to tackle or not? And I haven't made my own mind up on this, but or do we want to say, hey, we've done the official plan that's been approved, and the actual implementing document, being the zoning bylaw, will be done by the next council? So I just throw that out there. And again, I personally haven't made my mind up on this, but I think the way the official plan has gone, I just don't see us finishing the zoning bylaw, because I see that in an election year, you'll have a lot of people come out, and all the decisions that we've made. And I'll give you an example, is the trailer bylaw, right? We asked for people's input. We didn't get much input. We asked the question, do we really need one? And we decided not. When you go into the zoning bylaw in an election year, watch the people that'll come out and say, you guys did wrong by the trailer bylaw, and we need to protect against, delinquent or deficient trailers and things like that. That's just an example. So those are just comments. There's no decision to be made, but certainly you need to put the money in for the official plan, but I wouldn't be putting another 65,000 in for a zoning bylaw. But anyway, that's just my comments. Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, I could just respond briefly to that. I think initial discussions we've had with the consultants indicate that they also don't think we will get it the zoning bylaw completed in 2026, but they do feel that there's a portion of that work that could be done simultaneous or sort of while the official plan is in progress. If you remember back to the RFP, there is an overlap where we can do a certain amount of work on the zoning bylaw while the official plan is still being done. So I'll have a conversation with them, and we'll sort that out. But at the same time, if council would like to, as Councillor Lamb suggested, might be an idea to just defer that until the following year. And if that's your direction, we can certainly do that too. And then we'll revise the budget for just the official plan. So that can go either way, I guess.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, when it comes to this, I think we should try and get done as much as we can. And unfortunately, I know that be it the official plan or a zoning bylaw will get political comments when it comes to an election year. But I think we also owe it to constituents, when we all tried to say we were going to get it done under this term, that we try and push forward, not just stop because we might be afraid of what some people might say. during election year on directions that are being taken by council, and be it a zoning bylaw or the official plan. So I just think we need to be careful when it comes to that. Is all. I at the same time, I don't know if we'll be able to get it done, because come whenever it is, July or something, you'll be in a lame duck time, and you won't be able to make some of the decisions we need to do. So I think we have to be cognizant of that too. So although I think it's important to continue on, I'm not sure how far we'll be able to get before we're not able to make the decisions that we need to do because of the election year. So hopefully your conversations, Nigel, with the planners you can update us and have the number come back accordingly. Thank you.
So, are there any other comments about this one? I'll just make a quick one. I mean, I guess my then in response to what we get done and don't get done, I guess I would I would say the same, mostly the same thing as Councillor Nash in this case. We should try to get done what we can, and I think we should use. I know it's an election year, but you know, if we're going to see what the fundamental issues are, and I would say we can do. We're more likely to have issues around the official. The issues are more likely to come out around the official plan than they are around the zoning bylaw, which is really quite, you know, quite precise. And you know, I'm not sure that we'll hear whatever discussion there is about general principles as we finalize the official plan. The other thing I'll just point out about lame duck applies only to purchases, to financial transactions. The council is not prevented from making decisions, like from passing a bylaw or an OP or a zoning bylaw in an election year right up to the date of the election. We can't spend money that we didn't already have budgeted, but we can't do new expenditures and things, but we can still carry on our business until, even if we're in the lame duck situation. So they wouldn't stop us from proceeding. And of course, council can always decide if there's a lot of controversy about something, but my feeling is we should get the controversy out of the way probably by the start of the summer. And I don't know why we couldn't then continue and do a good chunk of the zoning bylaw. Anyway.
Mr. Mayor, could I just say something real quick?
Sure.
We all know what election years are like, and whether or not anybody wants to admit it, we know we're going to have people coming out making promises and screaming from the fences about mistakes that some of us may have made. But I'd just like to say that I know all of us have the ability to filter out the noise and go to work and get the job done. And at the end of the day, I hope that's what we all decide to do.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this item? Okay, we can move on to the next one, which is a replace radio, I think.
Yeah, so this one is the fire chief, so I'll let Bob speak to it.
Chief Whitman, are you with us? I wonder if he got called out or something.
Chief appears to be there, but we're not able to hear him if he's speaking.
Is he muted?
Yeah, his camera's off and his mic is off too, by the look of it. So I'm wondering if he, perhaps what we should do is move
Well,
on
if any-
to
Go ahead.
move on to another one and come back when he returns. He might have had to go.
I can actually speak to this project for him because this is a deferral from 2025. So the funds were already budgeted in 2025. This is just the remaining portion that needs to be completed in 2026. So it's $2,200 from the fire equipment replacement reserve. So it was funds that were committed in 2025 that weren't used. So there's really no impact by inclusion of this project.
Mr. Mayor.
Hey, yes, go ahead, Councillor Gray.
Yeah, I was going to say practically exactly what, some of what Jessica said. I think this project is left over and we just need to get it completed because the radio in dispatch has failed on us. And so we need to have something more reliable. So a new one.
Okay, thanks. Maybe we can, maybe that's enough for that particular one. Can we move on to the next one?
Yep.
Lads Road Bridge.
This one's mine.
Was Mike going to talk about this one?
I apologize if you can't hear me very clearly. I'm fighting a man cold right now. This was deferred from 2025 also. It's to have someone come in and work with us and let us decide which would be the best way to replace Lads Roads Bridge.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mike, for this, I think it's been on our radar for a few years, and I know we also had the Alds Road Bridge, which was already done, I think a study on that one. For this Lads Bridge rehab analysis, I guess would go out to tender for that on hiring an engineer to do a review and stuff like that?
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Generally speaking, that engineer has over the years been Bob Hughes. I don't know whether Bob's still around. And again, I'm not saying don't go to tender, but that's usually who it ends up doing. And Bob, of course, knows our roads and bridges and that sort of thing from the past. So, but he'd have to bid and whatever. So, thank you.
With him knowing our road system and stuff, we would let him know that it was going out to tender, so he would have that opportunity also.
Good, thank you.
I just wanted to note as well that for this project, we could potentially use OSIF funding. We do have a balance available, so rather than draw from the asset management reserve, I can swap that out for OSIF funding.
I think we should, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we should be using up our funding. Eventually does the government ever take that funding away if you don't spend it?
Yes, through your worship, you have to spend it within 5 years. The reason that I had included this funded from the asset management reserve is because it's a carry forward and that's how it was planned to be done in 2025. But I think swapping out the funding would be a more appropriate approach.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Jessica, thanks for that. I did have it written next to here, OSIF, from what Ed said earlier. So I appreciate you hearing what I said earlier and suggesting that. And again, by doing that will only allow us to increase some reserve contributions, I think, by the end of today's meeting. So thank you, Jessica.
Okay, thanks. How about the next one? Community Center Doors, AODA.
Also me.
Mm-hmm.
It's there was 10,000 from 2025 carried over, and doing an estimate I believe we need to add another 20 there, and we could replace the 2 front doors to the community center, as well as get accessible entrance buttons put on the washrooms in the community center as well.
Yeah. And through you, Mr. Chair, Mike, I think I know this came up this year, and I think we need to get this done, and I'm just not sure if even 20,000 will be enough to finish everything that you need to do. But whatever that number is, you'll have my support on it. But one thing I wanted to bring up under AODA door openers is in the washrooms down by the skating rink. We might need to do some, I'll call it AODA work down there. I'm not sure out of members on council, and the men's washroom might be different than the ladies' washroom, but I would suggest that we all go into the washrooms. If any member of council went into the men's washroom and there's a urinal and a stall, and went into the stall, I think you'd all see what I'm talking about as to how limited the space is, that the toilet there is not an elongated toilet. It's not raised. There's no grab bar. I know it's not I know we have a separate washroom, but I think there might be other little bits of work, Mike, that we can do to just help with AODA compliances. And some of that might be replacement of some of the toilets down by the washroom and stuff like that. So if you can just look into that, maybe come back, and if this number needs to be revised, I'd be in favor of it. But I think we might be missing a few things down there as well. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is actually starting to be embarrassing, and I mean, we've been talking about ODA stuff and door buttons and things for years, and it just keeps getting pushed off. And one time we were looking for a grant, didn't get the grant, and we have a responsibility as a municipality in this area. And I know technically you don't have to do it unless you're doing a kind of a major renovation or something, but for instance, in the community hall, you need a button to get into the washroom, but you also need a button on the inside to get out. And I've had it personally with a couple of people that I've known, including my wife, who you can't get out of the washroom if you're in a wheelchair or whatever, right? You kind of get in. How do you open the door to get back out, right? So those the washrooms need to be taken care of. And the other thing that is in my opinion, even before the Dundome, is the library, which is constantly used, probably busier than any facility that we have. There's 2 washrooms there, and they are not handicap accessible. So again, buttons need to go in there. I'm not sure that we need 2 of the washrooms handicap accessible, but we at least need 1. So you need to add in monies so that all this stuff is done. And again, I think we have a real responsibility here in today's world to do this stuff. So those are my comments. I don't know much about the front door. Is it because the front door at the community center doesn't work, that we're replacing the doors? Like sometimes you hit the button and it works, and sometimes you don't.
Through you, your worship, sorry. The front doors themselves, the bottom sill's rotten, so that center support between the doors is no longer supporting them.
Oh, I see.
So it's more of a security issue.
Okay.
So we got to get that fixed to be able to get the locks working properly on that one.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I just say something quick?
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Councilor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Mike, so we want to replace the 2 front doors, and then is it just buttons, or is it complete? I want to say in the one bathroom, maybe the men's washroom, the door isn't actually wide enough. So it's a complete door replacement and the buttons inside the community center?
I'm saying
the
yes.
washrooms. Yeah. Okay.
Through you. Yes. It's going to be I have a company coming next week to look at the button at the office, and I'm stopping the community center so we can discuss things that I need to do to make those accessible to today's standard.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. I know, like Councillor Lamb was saying, we've talked about this before. David Creaser, your predecessor, gave us a report on what we had to do for AODA concerns, like changing the height of different bars in the washrooms and whatnot. I don't know if that kind of stuff's been done, but I know staff was working on it. I do think, and I'll say this to all the council, that 20,000 to get the doors done that Mike wants, just in the community center washrooms and the front door, you're probably going to be a couple $1,000 short, at least I would think, on that, to be honest. So if council would agree, I would say put at least another 5,000 in that just for those doors, because by the time you cut out, the last guy that I know that had one done, and it was in a business in town, newly developed storefront, had to have the accessibility button and door put in, and it cost him $6,200 to have one door done. Right? That's just a singular regular door. And that wasn't a tear out. So no, we're going to tear one out and then reinstall one. You're going to be a little bit shy, I think. So I just want council to realize that. I mean, you could even put 30 grand in that fund, and I'm sure at the end of the day, Mike, you'll know that you'll end up spending most of it, I would think. That's just my opinion, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Well, why don't we let Mike, since he's investigating these various, we've expanded the list of things that need to be considered. Why don't we let him come back with the best number, so we don't keep
Yeah,
so
no,
we don't have
that's
to
fine.
revisit this again, right?
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. That's fine. We'll let Mike do his thing. I do think we're a little bit light there. Just wanted everyone to know that.
Oh, I agree with you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we're a lot light.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
right.
this is going to end up a $50,000 or $60,000 project. And I'm no engineer or whatever or purchaser, but I think what you need to do, Mike, is take a look at everything in the at least in the Dunchurch area. I don't know. I guess the office has a washroom. You've got the Dun Dome where at least one washroom must be done. You've got all the work in the community center, and you've got the library. So I think he should lay out he or she lay out what the cost is to comply with the provincial legislation. So that comes back to council to say yes or no, right? So let's broaden, let's broaden it from just the community center. So I look forward to that coming back, I guess, in February, hopefully. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Mike, one thing I found with the doors and the automatic openers, that it's not turned on 90% of the time. And that means then nobody can use them. And I find, that switch up on the top of the door, nobody knows about it. And so either we should be leaving it on, or maybe the facility staff could turn it on when they know things are going on, so that people can use it. Because I know that I've had my arms full trying to get into the building and not being able to use the button on the outside. So maybe you could check on that.
Through your worship, we have run into that quite a few times, that before a rental, the door's turned on and usable, and then when the rental's done, it's like somebody's messing with the switches to try to keep the doors open so they can get in and out without shutting the doors. So it has been turned on and off through rentals and forgotten to turn back on in the following business day. So yeah, I'll look into it and make sure.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, just one more quick thought. Maybe a question for Jessica or somebody. Could we not use some of our parkland dedication money to do some of these upgrades, even though we're doing things to meet the AODA? Right, it's part of our parks.
Sorry, thank you for your question, Councillor Woods. Yes, the project as presented was intended to be funded from the Parkland Dedication Reserve. That funding can be used for recreational facilities. So anything done at the community center, the Dundome, would be eligible for those funds. However, if council wishes to expand this project to include other facilities, we would either need to fund that through the levy or look at external grant funding.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. How about the next one? Page 12, which is, this is the so-called recreation playground project.
Through your worship, I can speak to this one. This was a carry forward from 2025, so it was funds that council had set aside last year that didn't get completed. I did approach the recreation committee and ask them if they had any recommendations for how we can use these funds, and I'm still waiting to hear back from them. So my hope is that we'll have some more detail prior to the next budget meeting in February.
Yeah, maybe I can just expand on that a little bit. Since I'm on the recreation committee, this budget item goes back a while, and some of you will remember how it started was there was still some work that was contemplated on the Dunchurch playground area, the one with all the equipment in it that's close to the water, and there was a separate task force that worked on this. It had members of the recreation committee on it, but it wasn't, strictly speaking, a recreation committee project. And if you go back to, I'm pretty sure this is 2023 or 2023 maybe. That group went out and got some quotations for some additional things they were thinking of doing. And then I guess essentially I'll call it a task force. It was an ad hoc committee kind of dissolved, and nothing happened as a result of that. But there was discussion, and it's come up in council meetings whenever we talk about playgrounds. So on, there was some discussion about whether some money should be spent instead of in Dunchurch, whether it should be spent at the Maple Island Commons or on the ballpark or various other things. And so the recreation committee, it didn't appear in the recreation committee's quote unquote operating budget, and so the committee didn't realize that this was something that we were supposed to be looking at in 2025. Committee's not refusing to do this or anything, but I guess what we would want to have is some direction as to where the money is supposed to be spent, or what other things, maybe if it should be spread around a little more, what other things need to be considered. We could always go ahead, and we, being the committee, could always go ahead and take a look at some of those other things. But it did come up because the rec committee is working on its 2026 budget, but it did come up as an item. But I think people are kind of wondering, well, what is it that the council wants us to do? Do we want us to finish the playground at the Dunchurch waterfront, or do we want or do we want to look at some other areas? So that's kind of where we are at the moment. And I don't know if this is the time to discuss it or not, but I think it would be helpful, if recreation committee puts into the budget to say finish what was contemplated in Dunchurch, and council says no, that's not where we want to spend that money, then might as well find out first before we go out and update the estimates to do
Well,
the work.
through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll give you a suggestion. I think we could use another sunshade at the beach in Dunchurch. There's,
Yes, I know that has come up, and that one I don't see any problem with at all. That's
I think that's maybe, I'm guessing, but I thought they were like 3,500 or something like
yeah.
in that area, right? But when you go down there in the summertime, you see people crowded under the one
Yeah.
or two that are
Yeah.
there. The rest of them are got umbrellas and things like that. So I think that's a good use of it in the Dunchurch area, and that would leave you most like 7,000 to spend maybe somewhere else because I'm not sure what needs to be done in terms of the playground area in down in Dunchurch. But we've got Maple Island, the Commons down there, and other areas maybe that we could do something. But anyway, I think sunshade should be on the list. So, thank you.
Can someone thank you for that? Can someone speak to the Commons because I never I've heard it mentioned several times, but I don't honestly know. But
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think I'd mentioned that last year, but with that said, I'll just say that, the 10,000 that you guys had in the budget from last year, I think that, yeah, would probably be spent down at the Dunchurch complex, I'll call it, be it on a sunshade or more benches or on another piece of equipment. I think that would be great. When I've brought up Maple Island or the Commons in the past, I don't think the $10,000 would do it. I know, I might be speaking for another counselor on some of these, but I know, there was patio stones taken at one point. I don't think they've been replaced. I think parking for the area could be fixed up. Some fencing could be done. Just overall, I think it's kind of like a forgotten area a lot of the time. And later in the budget, for thinking for next year under capital projects, I actually had a project for the common. So just bring it up here, and it's pickleball courts. And I think we can use some of our money from our parkland dedication fee to possibly do a pickleball court out there that could be used by residents of the entire community out there. I don't think we'd have the money for funding for it this year, but next year. But I want just to bring it up, so I'll mention it there, Mr. Mayor, just when you ask. But yeah, I think it's a little forgotten area out there. Patio stones, parking, fencing, just general improvements can be done. And I'm sure staff can look at it, and some of that can come back to another meeting in my eyes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, do we have any idea how much that area is used?
the Commons, you mean?
Yeah, like how many people use it? I'm not out there very often. When I go out, there's usually no one there, but doesn't mean it's
Yeah.
not used. But
It used to, through you, Mr. Chair, it used to be used a lot more than it's used now. And I think the reason it's not used is it's kind of been forgotten about and not maintained the best. And it's kind of, a very rundown parks. It's kind of like the baseball diamonds were. So people just stop using it, even though it's an asset.
yeah. Before I forget again, through you, Mr. Mayor, our playground equipment needs to be inspected annually. So you might jot that down. Maybe we are doing it annually, but way back we had someone who was trained to do that. I think on staff, and I'm not sure we have that anymore. So are we inspecting our playground equipment annually?
Through you, your worship, yes, we are. I just got
good.
the invoice for this year's. He
Good,
wasn't
thank
there in September, so
Good job, Mike. Thank you.
no.
The only place that gets inspected though is the Dunchurch waterfront. Am I right in saying that?
Are correct. where the playground equipment is, where the
Yeah.
children are actively using the equipment. It gets inspected yearly. Yeah.
Well, there's playground equipment. I think out at the Commons, there's swings and stuff in there.
I thought there used to be. I don't know.
Yeah, there's
I haven't been there to check for a while, but
yeah, I'm sure there's or there were, and I never remember us saying take the swings down.
Yeah.
That's
No.
the area where the patio stones were stolen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I hear what Councillor Lamb's saying about a sunshade over at the beach. I know those sunshades are a hot commodity when it's blazing hot, so it'd be a good idea for us to look at one over there. The balance monies, if everybody was saying that we should be spending it there, I could agree with that. And if you're looking for ideas, one that I've thrown out before was permanently installed barbecues, whether they're a hibachi unit somewhere not right under the Dundome, obviously, but close to the fence line, not on the beach. I think that you'd be amazed at how many people try to bring a little barbecue there. I know a lot of the parks that I used to frequent down when I lived in Hamilton and going into Burlington and stuff, they had some permanently fixed hibachis that people could use. And I think that'd be a really good addition to our beachfront, to be honest with you. When it comes to Maple Island Park, we do have some swings out there, and I want to say Dave Creaser had directed staff to add a bunch of sand to the volleyball courts and whatnot there. There was some patio stones taken, a deck kind of destroyed, I guess. I don't know if that was ever addressed, but there also used to be an outhouse, like a Johnny on the spot toilet out there. And that was taken and thrown into the dump. And I've heard from multiple people that is a reason why some people don't go there with their small kids to use the park anymore, because when they're there and then they got to bundle them back up and run them back home because they, got to go number 2, and nobody wants to see a kid or an adult in the bush line at the park having to relieve themselves, right? So there is some money we could spend there that I don't think would be in this year's budget, but there are parks. Most definitely we could spend money on them. Maple Island does actually get used, not as much as Dunchurch for sure, but it does get used by a good number of people. And we also do have some things that we could all do at the baseball diamonds if we actually wanted to see somebody use them. And I know we had Mr. Shedden at one point talk to us about baseball and maybe trying to get something done over here. So when it comes to our parklands, we could spend a good amount of money. And I'll just leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you. One of the things you mentioned the ballpark, and that's one of the other things. I know our staff did do some work trying to make what was there a bit more usable. It had fallen into disuse, and there were, in fact, some attempts for people to just play some sort of pickup ball, if you like, there, and people complained that it's too overgrown and too buggy and all that kind of thing, and so it didn't happen. But Jim Shedden's intention is to see if Whitestone will get incorporated into the league and maybe have a team and so on. And if that happens, then there would be my assumption is there would be regular games there, in which case there probably is still some work that needs to be done to make it suitable. And I guess I don't know what that is, but if I guess between our works department and whether the rec committee can figure out, I guess, what it is, but we might need to spend some money in that neck of the woods as well.
Yeah, you ever want to know what the ball diamond looks like, Mr. Mayor? Give me a call and I can tell you. I'm down there quite regularly, just not so much in the winter.
Yeah, well, maybe we probably can't resolve this right now, but I would say that if once the snow is gone, I think what we should do is have a look at it and see what needs to be done, and get make a project out of it to make it usable again.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
we had, it's been discussed almost every single year I've been on council that we go out as a group to look at all of these facilities and to together. And I think that would be still would be a valuable thing for us to do.
Yep. Sounds
Okay,
good to
thank you
me.
for that. Yeah, we could that's a good suggestion. Okay, well, maybe we need to move on to another one, but thanks for that discussion. Next is IT upgrades.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure you could hear me. Thank you.
We were looking for you when we came to your replacement of the dispatch radio, but we understand what the item is, so it's in the budget. So
Okay, sorry. I'm good now, I think. Okay, thank you.
All right. IT upgrades. Is that Nigel?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, I can speak to that one briefly. This is this budget for $10,000 is not for any one thing in particular. It's for an ongoing assessment, I guess, of our computer hardware and software needs, and also any potential improvements that we can make in order to implement some of the recommendations that we had in our cybersecurity assessment. So this is just, I guess, an estimated budget for 2026 and that we could use in those instances. And again, I haven't done any detailed investigation into what that 10,000 is yet, but the idea is that we would assess that and use this amount to make whatever upgrades were necessary.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing further on that one, then we have some roads projects. Maybe I should ask at this point, does anyone wish to have a break, or could we keep going on till for another bit?
I'm okay to keep going.
Yeah. All right. If somebody wants a break, just let me know and otherwise let's do some roads. We got surface treatment on Shakel Road, slurry seal on Balsam. We got several here. So yes, Mike, this is your
Worship. The surface treatment on Shackle Road was a recommendation in the asset management plan of 2021. After spending a summer here, we've had to patch it quite a bit, and I see why everybody, I've had a few complaints for up there. So this was what they recommended was a reinforcement of the base and another layer of tar chip on top. But in order to do that, I would have to remove a bunch of rock crops that come up, make sure the drainage is properly, put the proper crossfall on, which is one of the biggest problems there right now. It doesn't have proper crossfall.
If you're done, it's Councillor Nash here. I have a few comments.
Did you finish, Mike? It sounded like you were breaking up there.
I did. Sorry, my voice is cracking.
Oh, it's your voice. Okay.
All right. So
go ahead, Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had spoken to staff on this item and the next couple actually leading up to today's meeting. So I kept saying Shakel Road, isn't it Shaker Road? But Shakel Road, just off the 124 there. And
Shakel.
What I've found is it's about 1 kilometer long. I did drive it this past weekend. It serves about 10 properties, and there's about 10 properties that I guess could be extended onto that road. So it serves less than 2 dozen people. And I guess my comment on this is, I'm sure I'm not going to be the most liked counselor for my comments here, but why Shackle Road is tar and chipped? I understand that it was turned over to the municipality many years ago. But I personally don't think it's a good investment in our infrastructure as a community as a whole to spend $175,000 on a 1 kilometer road that serves less than a dozen households at the current time. And you can look at so many other roads in the municipality: Parker Bay Road, Alds Road, Wawashkesh Road. There's so many roads in the community that I believe spending $175,000 on surface treatment, grinding it down, redoing it, would supersede this one. And what I'd propose would be, and if I speak to local contractors, local road builders, the idea of tar and chip, but surface treatment to grind it and redo it on a road that's so small, that costs us so much money. And it's a lot cheaper to maintain a gravel road in our area, unless it's a road. I'll use the Bunny Trail as an example, one that gets extensive use out of it. I can see us spending the money. It's a big commitment. And what I'd propose is you grind it down, you spend money to re-gravel the road, to re-ditch, to re-culvert, but instead of 175,000, maybe it's only 75,000, but the treatment surface goes back to gravel what it should be. And I don't know I'll ask what staff feel from a maintenance standpoint and a longevity of tax dollars, if the long term it would be cheaper to resurface treatment it, or would it be cheaper long term to maintain it as gravel? And I think I'd like to hear from other members of council on it, but I would propose that goes back to gravel because I think it's going to be cheaper. And if we're talking about a surface treatment to be done this year, not just a slurry seal, you have, it's been brought up several times, Alds Road from the 520 just to the dump site, which gets extensive year-round traffic, serves the whole community. Don't go past the dump. Might be a road that would be better off getting that surface treatment on, as the dump is used year-round. There's other roads in Maple Island that could be done as well, but I'll bring those up later. So I'm not sure what others think of that idea. I just don't see it again as money well spent for the municipality. And whatever was done for people to take over or turn a road over to us, if it was required to be tar and chipped at the time to turn it over to us, that might be fine. But we ought to also have the right to turn it back to gravel. And if people on that road really want it to remain surface treatment, maybe we can turn the road back over to them and they can pay for it. I just don't see the benefit as a municipality when it serves 10 lots. So I don't know if you can answer that, Mike, knowing that your voice isn't the best today. And sorry for putting you on the spot.
Your worship, as a maintenance point, gravel is a lot cheaper and easier to maintain than surface treatment on my side of it. That's what I will say about that.
So is this road, Mike, is it tar and chip now?
So it is.
It
Yes.
is. Okay. But
And that
I
is
guess the question out of Councillor Nash is, what I struggle with a bit is there's what would be the alternative, and why did you pick Shackle? Like we've got roads, we've got an asset management plan that says this needs to be replaced here, there, and whatever. Are we following the plan? Is Shackle like in the asset management plan that says, poof, you should be doing this in 2026 or 2025, or is this because you've assessed the road and had a couple calls on it? Like, I don't know the background as to how this was was selected, I guess, right? And if you had to select somewhere else, that's, and I hear what I guess Councillor Nash is saying, that's busier and that is used more and used more by ratepayers. What road would that be? So those are just comments that I have. Thank you.
Through your worship, under the asset management plan, it was noted that it should recommended to be done in 2023 that this Shekel Road be done. The reinforcement of the base, the new tar and chip on top to get the proper crosswall on it. So that's what I was going by, along with the maintenance that we did this summer on it, and a couple of complaints that came in through the public.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I think where I was going with it is through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Lamb, is although our asset management plan might say to replace it, I don't think they really thought of, do we need it to be tar and chip, or is there other roads that we should tar and chip that are not? They just kind of looked at a road and said, it's tar and chip now, let's leave it as tar and chip, or it's gravel now, let's leave it as gravel. And where I'm coming from, and I believe you understood it, is I think that money spent for serving 10 people on a road that for whatever reason was tar and chipped at some point, which I think most of us would say we could probably count dozens of roads that are a kilometer long that are just gravel. Why that one was gravel or tar and chipped at some point doesn't make sense in today's economic stance. Doesn't make sense for the tax dollars that we need to spend to replace it. And it would be better to go back to gravel, and that would save us money this year. It would also save us money on future years for the maintenance. And then staff can come back on another road that they recommend spending the excess money on to do a tar and chip and surface treatment, be it Alls Road or a road out near Maple Island that I think we've been pushing off for a number of years that was recommended in the asset management plan. That's all. Thank you.
I guess I was just I guess I'm asking the same questions that have been asked already, which is how did we get to tar and chip so fast? Just so I'm clear, this particular road that we're talking about, it serves Limestone Lake and it runs off Gray Owl Road. Am I right? Is that the one we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I guess I would say if there's still rocks coming up through it, friend with the frost and drainage issues, I don't know why we would. I don't know why we would tar and chip it. To be honest, that's. But I guess. It sounds like the answer that we're getting from our works department is that it was identified that way in the asset management plan. But I'm wondering if we shouldn't do what it sounded like our works manager was suggesting, which is to and others and suggesting do the work on the base and put it back to gravel if we're going to do it. I hear people are also asking the question of, well, is it a priority or not? I don't know. I guess we have to. I think we have to rely on our staff to tell us what are the things that appear to most need the attention based on the usage that they get, the number of people that are complaining about the condition of them, and so on.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I've been up and down this road numerous times. I think that the reason it's coming up in our asset management is because when we were asked to take it over, they had brought it up to this standard. would be my assumption. Does anybody know the last time that any like surface treatment or any hardtop work was done to this road?
I couldn't find anything here on it.
Okay,
From what I could tell, talking to some of the guys that work here and around the community, there was nothing done to it since it was done for us to take over.
okay. I was just wondering how many years ago that would have been, but that's if somebody could find that or any way possible, not now, but I'm just out of curiosity. I'd like to know that. When it comes to what Councillor Nash brought up, he said that the portion of Ald's Road going into the dump. I honestly think that if any of us looked, that would be a road if we were ever going to hard top because of the amount of traffic that it gets, especially with our own big trucks going in and out and our equipment going in and out and our bins getting picked up, and the amount of people that use that one every day would be something that we would look at hard topping at some point one day. But also Maple Island. And under our asset management plan, it was hard topped, and we pulverized it and graveled it and set it up. And I've had anyways. I don't know about everybody else, but I can tell you I've had multiple complaints ever since we decided not to resurface treat that area in Maple Island. And just for the amount of traffic that goes up and down there and the dust created and how close the houses are actually to the road, that should be something else we should be looking at. And I don't know when it was bumped, if this was, that Mike, I think you said this was 2023 in the asset management plan. I bet you that Maple Island would have been around the same time, and it kind of got left by the wayside. So I guess we'll have to make a decision on this one, but I wouldn't be in favor of a 1 kilometer road for 175,000 that doesn't have the amount of traffic. Right? Gravel most definitely would be a better option for this road, in my opinion. And Mike, do what you need to fix the base and culverts and ditch. You know what you're doing. That would be my idea anyway.
Just one more closing comment, if I might, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks. Hearing what I hear from people, I think the majority are suggesting maybe go back to gravel for Shackle Lane. But at the same time, I don't think anybody is saying let's not do something for Shackle Lane. I think it could still be on the list this year for work, and it would just be grind it down, turn it back to gravel, take the rocks out, do culverts, do ditching, and then going forward it'd be easier for maintenance. And Councillor Woods, I think he was correct that in either 23 or maybe it was 24, there was some work done on Maple Island well before current staff's time to prepare it for treatment, but it was never treated. And maybe the remaining money or some of the money left for the surface treatment on Shackle Road can be redirected there to still use the money this year's budget, just redirecting it there. And hopefully staff can come back with an updated ideas to the next meeting. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Woods, I've been on council 19 years and we never took over Shackle Road. So I'm assuming it came to us through amalgamation.
Okay.
I never remembered ever assuming any road in my time on council. So that was just for clarification, and how it was taken over, I don't know, because it was, whenever everything was, pre-amalgamation. So, okay, that's my only comment. My guess is, and I don't know, Mike, if I was one of these 10 people on Shackle Road, and you said to them, well, we're gonna ditch and turn it back to gravel, or we're gonna leave it and go to another road, what do you think they'd say? Would they say, I'd like the tar and chip, leave it, versus spending 60 grand or whatever you're going to spend on gravel? What do you think they'd say?
Your worship, I will say, talking to a couple of the residents that were we had conversation continuously, through the summer. They are looking for it to be tar and chip again. And they weren't very receptive to my back to gravel idea on that one.
That's my point.
Yeah.
Not that you take a popularity or straw poll or anything, but they may be happier leaving it the way it is than doing anything, is my point. I mean, tar and chip and slurry seal is pretty nice, right? Uh, compared to a gravel road. So, but again, 175,000, I guess is this the priority in the municipality is the question we're asking, right? Or is there another road that's used more, that's a bigger priority than Shaco Road? I mean, you can do minor stuff. The ditching and stuff we do with our own crew anyway, don't we? So I mean, you can go in, that's next to nothing to ditch and whatever, and do some very minor stuff on Shaco Road without pulling up all the tar and chip and making it gravel. Uh, I got a message here.
And
Anyway, thank you.
just through you, Mr. Mayor, I think for that, I agree with what Councillor Lamb was just saying there, and that's why when I started, I said, I don't think I'm going to win a popularity contest, but I know it's up to the staff to kind of bring forward ideas and items that are in our asset management plan, and knowing that the Works Department has had some complaints on the road and that they're asking it to be resurface treated. I also think we owe it to all the ratepayers to sometimes say, well, although there might be 9 individuals that don't love council for saying we're going to put it back to gravel, I think the bulk 98% of the population would think it's a good way to address our roads. And instead of pushing something off for a few more years, sometimes it's good just to address it and for it to be done. And if it's council's wish that it goes back to gravel through the support, it sounds like would have the support of the Works Department from not from a complaint point of view, but from a cost and maintenance point of view down the road, then maybe that's something that we do just need to look at to kind of tear the Band-Aid off instead of just pushing it down the road, so to speak, and having it brought up in another couple of years when the road's just going to be in worse shape. And if we're going to re-gravel it, our crews would do the re-graveling as well, right? So you could do from the culverts to the re-graveling to the re-ditching. You could do everything in-house, I'd assume. So I'll see where it comes back. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Maybe we should move on to the next one, which is Balsam Road, Slurry Seal.
Well, really, 2 of them are here, Balsam and Canning, right? They're the same thing. The next one is Canning.
You're right.
Your worship, same thing. To stay within a 5-year plan, from what I can tell, and noticing a few little repairs that each road needs, I thought it'd be a good time to seal it and then, or fix the little issues before they become bigger issues, and then reseal it to keep it from getting the water penetration in it. And that's what this is all about for both for Canning and for Balsam.
And through you, Mr.
What about
Chair.
Whitestone Road? It's in Whitestone Lake Road. I'm assuming that's what
Correct.
that is.
That's further down too. Yes, that's the same thing. Fixing
It's
the
the same. They're all in the same category. So
yeah, it's more or less a small repairs just before we would seal it, and then seal it back up to make sure there's no water penetration getting in it.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So again, I know I'm not going to be popular, but I have some concerns with the first 2, not so much Whitestone, because I think it was done earlier in time, but for Balsam and Canning, it was before my time on council. But with that said, I was following council and still attending meetings. And if we look at our loan guide that we had for our first last budget discussion, back in 2021, there was a loan taken out for balsam and canning for our surface treatment work that we did on it. And that was taken out as a 15-year loan. And I believe some council had said, why are we doing a 15-year loan on something that doesn't have an expectancy of 15 years? And they were outvoted, and the loan got put into a 15-year loan. There's still 11 years owing on that loan. It's been drawn down from 242,000 to 169,000 the start of this year. So we still owe $170,000 on balsam and canning surface treatment, and we're having to put another 100,000 into them to resurface treat them. And our asset management plan says the slurry seal should last, I think it's in there, 8 to 10 years. And we're doing this only after 5 years. And I look at this again and say again, brand new staff, what we were told by previous staff and previous staff on lending requirements, we're now going to be spending more money on a road that we still owe a lot of money on, which doesn't make the best financial decisions looking back. And I'm glad that some council members had said, why are we doing 15 years? However, they got outvoted on it. With that said, you know, it was brought up earlier today that Maple Island was ground down and was on the list before balsam and canning to be done, but we pushed that off, but we haven't finished it. And under 2 items down from where we are now, there's Farley's Road. And we've talked about Farley's Road the whole time that I've been on council, that we need to do that road. And then it's mentioned on the asset management plan. And it's been pushed and repushed and a little bit of stuff done and pushed. And it's the same for Maple Island. But balsam and canning were never on our list to be done before Farley's and Maple Island. So I'd like to see this possibly come back of finishing some projects that we'd started, which are Maple Island that got ground but just not surface treated, and possibly finishing Farley's that we've pushed for a few years. And then maybe it's in 1 or 2 years coming back and doing balsam and canning, but also trying to find a way to get our loan paid off possibly a little quicker on those 2 roads. And let's, in the future, if we're going to be borrowing money to do road improvements, finding a proper payoff longevity. I know some of this doesn't have to do with the works manager or the works department work. I'm just talking from an accounting point of view. From a public works point of view, I think maybe Farley's and Maple Island should be addressed before balsam and canning, because they've been put off before the staff's current time. They wouldn't have known that. And if we need a little bit more money this year to do more for some of this, we do have that carryover, as I'd said before, of the deferred OCIF grant money that stands currently at 127,000, knowing we're going to use some of it for some of our Lads Road Bridge analysis or the AMP. We could still use some more of that to possibly get, be it Farley's Road completed or Maple Island Road addressed, even like it has been ground down. It was just never resurface treated. Anyways, those are my comments on them. I know they're important roads in the municipality. However, with that said, I just think there's some other roads that need to be addressed before these ones. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
My recollection of this was that when we did balsam and canning, that we were told that the tar and chip would last 15 years, and that's why the loan was 15 years. I don't remember who got outvoted or what the vote was, but that's how it is. But that's in the past, and it is there. If we can find a way to pay a loan down, which usually you can't, then I'm all for that. But This is like having an asset, okay? And they're busy roads, all of them, Whitestone and Balsam and Canning. There are lots of people. There's a heck of a lot more than 10 people. There's 10 on my road alone. And what the Works Department is saying is we want to preserve and extend this by doing, repairs to it so that, a year from now, not coming back and saying it's even worse. We need to do this, right? This is like your roof's leaking in a couple areas and saying, well, let's leave it and go do something else. So I'm not obviously in favor of this. I won't speak too long on it. I think it's an asset. I think it's regular. You have to look at it like regular maintenance, and I think that's what Mike is doing here. I'm glad you didn't suggest we rip all this up and make it a gravel road. But that's what you would head to, I guess, if we ignore it right now. A couple of years from now, assuming we're all sitting back here at the council table, it'll be, well, let's, tear it all up and make it a gravel road. And I would not be in favor of that. There's different opinions on tar and chip and paving and gravel. We know that some options are more expensive than others, but again, I don't think you have to cut this in order to take it somewhere else. If you want something else done, then put it in the budget. If it's Maple Island or Alds Road or whatever, put it in the budget. Don't rob Peter to pay Paul. That's my kind of feeling on it, and I will not be in support of ignoring this request. So, thank you.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, just to respond to a couple comments there from Councillor Lamb. I never would think to tear it up, and I don't know why you'd suggest I would say to tear it up and turn it to gravel. With that said, it was money foolishly spent at the time, in the sense of, if we were told 15 years to do it, why are we redoing something after only 5 years? And with that said, exactly what you're saying, Councillor Lamb, in the sense of, if we don't do it, it's going to get worse. Look at Farley's Road, which is way worse than Canning, way worse than Balsam, and we keep ignoring it. Look at the road that was Councillor Lamb, I have the floor. Look at Maple Island, which was way worse. We went to all the trouble of grinding it to have it resurface treated, and we've ignored those two roads to then put this road forward again when we still owe money on it. What was done by past council? Well, there should have been questions asked of past council. Why are we doing it for 15 years? Why aren't we doing it with money we have? Why didn't we have higher reserves? There's a whole bunch of stuff, but that's irrelevant now. What we need to look at now is, you have Farley's Road, which has been forgotten about, and it's in much worse shape. I'm sure if we ask the Works Department, is Farley Road in better shape or Balsam Road? And I'm sure the answer is going to be Balsam Road. So if that's the case, why wouldn't Farley's be treated first? And why did we grind up Maple Island not to put surface treatment on it? Because those were the roads that were supposed to be done next before Balsam and Canning came. So I guess the one question I'd have for the Works Department is, Mike, if you could answer it, on your travels, is Farley's Road, which is surface treated now, in better or worse shape than Balsam Road?
I'm going to say worse. It needs some undersurface work.
So if it's in
But
worse,
is that the 20,000? You've got 20,000 in here for Farley's, right?
so if it was in worse shape, to the works manager, wouldn't that have priority so it doesn't fall apart more? Similar to what Councillor Lamb was saying, if the other roads are going to get worse, well, let's address a road that's already getting worse. And we had to write another road off, being Maple Island, and we started to do the surface treatment. We just finished it, or we just never finished it. So let's get those roads done and get Balsam and Canning done so they don't come up as a surprise to us, but come up for next year or the year after it. And there's hundreds of people that use Farley's Road and Maple Island Road as well. And people feel shortchanged again when you get to that northern area of Whitestone and they see, well, Canning Road or Farley, or sorry, Balsam was just done 4 years ago and they're getting another treatment. Meanwhile, ours is all cracked, it's forgotten about. Ours was ground up and never redone. And they wonder why the money keeps going to the same roads over and over and over and say, who uses those roads? Why is the money going there? So I think we owe it to everybody, everybody on council, everybody in the municipality to maybe have another look at this for when it comes back to us on our next one. Are those roads there, or is Farley's done with the slurry seal and the underlying issues in Maple Island to get those roads off our list, which since I've been on council have been pushed year after year after year. And I'm even the one that pushed, I think, Maple Island in the past to say, let's get it done in the following year. But then it just kind of dropped off the list. And I know that's again before current staff members were here. And I know, unfortunately, data that was left for staff members is very limited in what they can find and what was said in past things. So they're going from not knowing what was discussed at previous stuff just because of what was left by past members of staff, unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think there's I'm picking up a little bit of a misunderstanding here about some about what all these things mean. Okay, let's just go back and recap a couple of things. A gravel road. How do you maintain a gravel road? You grade it and you put more gravel on it. Once you decide and you keep doing that, and folks, we all had a presentation on this at one of the DPSMA meetings that was up in Callender, I think.
Yep.
And it was a good presentation, and he covered all this. But then I'm just going to recap it quickly, if you don't mind. As long as you have problems of drainage in the road, and you have problems with the frost popping the rocks up through the surface of it, that road is not a candidate, not a good candidate for surface treatment. Now, you know, they're never perfect, but when you decide to do surface treatment, how do you maintain surface treatment? You can't grade it. You can't what you do is you apply a slurry seal to try to keep the surface water from getting down in and disturbing it. And that would be done approximately every 5 years, according to I'm not a road expert, but that's according to my experience. That's about when you would do it. If you delay it sufficiently long, what will happen is you will then have to grind the surface of the road, your tar and chip that you've put. You have to grind it up and then redo the surface treatment, which is expensive. So the 15 years for a surface treatment is predicated on the assumption that you're going to slurry seal it every 5 years. So that's my simple-minded approach. Now, obviously, the works department needs to look at the road and decide what the road actually needs, depending on the condition of it, because how well it was prepared in the first place determines how long the surface treatment is going to last. And you know, we just talked about Shackle Road. Shackle Road, it was apparently tarred and chipped. I wasn't there. I don't see any of this, but I suspect the road was not properly prepared for surface treatment. And so the surface treatment is at the point where if you think it needs to be surface treated, then you're going to have to do it from scratch, and you're going to have to do a lot of basic fixing up of the road. I don't think that's the case with the ones that we're talking about now, but if in the judgment of the works department we need to slurry seal in order to get to realize, to achieve the investment that we made in the road when we surface treated it, then we probably should not put that off. So, I mean, I think, look, I agree wholeheartedly. I think our works department should be telling us these are the roads that are in the worst condition, that are, complaints about the condition are the most justified or whatever. And these are things that can be put back. But once we've made a decision to surface treat something, to say, well, we're not going to slurry seal it, that means to me that we won't get the 15 years out of it. We can put it off for a couple of years, but then what we will end up doing is regrinding the surface and putting it all down again. And that's your most expensive operation. Slurry seal is not a really expensive kind of maintenance. So I don't know if that helps, but that's my reaction to this whole thing. I don't know, Mike. Did I capture this fairly, Mike? Do you think?
That's. I just would like to say for Farley's Road this year, the idea was to do a bunch of the repairs, followed by next season putting in for a seal of some sort, either a quarter chip or a slurry seal on top. But this year was only to do the repairs that are needed to make it smoother. That's Farley's Road. And the other ones were like the Canning and the Balsam were to fix the cracks and the few potholes that have come up and then reseal it, leaving it sealed from the water.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mike, Farley's Road is tar and chip just from 124 down to where you turn left to go to the ballpark, or you turn right to go down. The rest of Farley's Road is gravel, is it not?
Yeah.
Correct. There is a spot past the bridge that's tar and chip paved up the hill for erosion control, but yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So the work you're talking about on Farley's is that first whatever, is it a kilometer or whatever, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you, just for clarification.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that, because I was just trying to figure out what this in-between slurry seal was for. And so I think I understand it. So technically speaking, we knew that this would have to happen every 5 years anyways. Is that correct? Because in order to maintain the 15 years of those roads, is that correct?
That is correct from my recollection of when we did this, Councillor Bray.
Thank you. So I guess then my question, and I'm for maintaining the roads, and I think that we need to if we put money into it and we put in, and we still have an outstanding loan on these two roads, we certainly don't want them to deteriorate to the point where we have to put major money into them all over again. At least not till the 15 years is up. So that's fine. I figured that, to me, this is regular maintenance. But I guess it comes out of, it goes into capital because it's a big project. So then where does Maple Island fall? And that's my question. I understand. Thank you, Mike, for clarifying what your plan was for Farley's Road, because I think that's important as well. But what is the plan for Maple Island? Because I've had people complain too about the dust and the fact that it used to be tar and chip and it's not now. And so that's my question. Thank you.
Through you, your worship, it would be planned to work itself back in to surface treatment eventually. Like right now it's all I was dealing with the Maple Island this year. Like I am new, I will say that, and I'm learning as I go with the different areas. But is the dust complaints, which yes would be looked after with tar and chip, and I did hear it was at one time already hard surface. So going back does make sense. It would just be how far and how long we want to do this for.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So is that something, Mike, that you could bring back as a report to sort of your assessment of how far and what you would think you would do? Because I think we owe it to the people living up there to at least be able to answer some of their questions that, okay, so it's not going to happen this year, but it's going to happen next year or 2 years' time. I think we need to be able to have an idea, or we're not going to do it at all. I think it's important that we come up with some decisions. So I think a report would really help us in our deliberations. Thanks.
Your worship, on my plan, Maple Island would have been next year attempting to surface treat it. 2027. So.
And how much would that cost? What's in that asset management plan?
Well, according to the plan that was in 2021, it was 234,000 was the price they had. It will probably be a little bit more, but we have been doing work as we go through that area. So some of that work will already be looked after with drainage and stuff.
So how far would that be, Mike? Like, I know is it are we just talking from 520 to the bridge, or are we how far does it?
That one was to Shady Maple Trail, but I would like to go to the bridge itself. That's just a little further. I'd have to get the measurements, which I don't have right now for that one.
Well, Shady Maple's off the bridge, no?
Yeah, Shady.
Yeah.
You're past the island when you get to Shady Maple.
Yeah, sorry, I would stop at the bridge. Sorry.
Oh, you would stop at the bridge. Okay.
I
all
personally
right.
would, unless, in discussion we went further, but.
Yeah.
But through you, Mr. Mayor, and in terms of my, calls or whatever that I've had on that section, is they do complain about the dust in the spring, right? And then we apply, what is it, a chemical or whatever to suppress the dust. And I don't hear very much after that, right? So it's more dust control from the information that I've received, the necessary hard surface or gravel or whatever, right? But it is gravel now, and I guess council eventually, whether it's this year or next year, will have to make the decision as to whether we want to, tar and chip that area or just, repair it and do ditching and keep it a gravel road. So that's, I guess, the decision that we'll have. If we kept it a gravel road, obviously the cost would be minimal versus tar and chip and slurry seal and that kind of stuff, right?
Through you, your worship, we did have an issue in the past. I know I've had the same issue, but I've tried a different supplier midway through the season because I was still getting complaints up there. And the material that was brought into Calcium Maple Island during the summer was a better product than it was in the spring from the other supplier, if that makes sense to you.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The plan would be, if nothing changes, that we would use the second supplier in the spring.
Correct. It's a better product and it keeps the dust down. So.
Okay, thank you. And there are a lot of people up there, so I guess we need to make a decision. Is it a swap out for Shaco Road for Maple Island? And if so, are we going to tar and chip it or keep it as a gravel road? I guess that's the decision that council is discussing here, right?
And through you, Mr. Chair, I think that's what it comes down to, what Councillor Lamb had just said there. Can we use some of that money from Shaco Road to address, and I'm going to use Maple Island to surface treat it, or I'm going to go back to Alls Road or go to Farley's Road. And I think now the Works Department has a better understanding of how things were left. And I think it was always our intention as council that Maple Island was going to get retreated. We just didn't have the money in the budget a couple years ago for the Works Department to tender out the treatment of it. So it was just ground up. So knowing that, I do understand the maintenance costs on balsam and canning. To me, it's a shame that it went past those time frames on Maple Island. It got ground out and we haven't replaced it, and it's getting past that or well past it on Farley's, and we're not looking at it. So hopefully with some of the numbers that have been saved on Shackle, maybe some of those other projects can be looked at from the Works Department this year, even if balsam and canning are still slurry treated this year. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, go ahead, Councillor Woods. Yes.
Thanks. Mike, I'm not 100% on this, but from what I remember when it came to going out the Maple Island Road, that some of that 200 and whatever $1,000 price tag that we had something to do with some bridge work as well. I could be wrong on that, but I think that's what it was, which is why that number was so high. That road always was surface treated. And yes, we've heard complaints about the dust. I've heard lots and lots of complaints about the dust. When it comes to Balsam and Canning Road, the 15-year loan that we took out for that road, I was the one that raised that question. And I said, you know, if we know that it's 10, 12 years up here, despite what anybody wants to say, I take this under very, very, very good advisement from somebody that's what they've done for 30 years here, is built the roads right here in this entire region. We don't get 15 years out of a road. They're not built that way up here. You get 10, 12 maximum. 15, you can hold on as long as we do a surface treatment every so many years. Now, David Creaser told us that 5 years is his ideal for surface treatment. Crack seals and surface treatment. But you could spread it out to 6 to 8. You would never want to go 8 because then you're going to spend way more money doing it. So I completely understand why we're doing it. But the question that I had, and I still have, and everybody should have, why would we take out a 15-year loan on something that we know no matter what, we're going to spend a serious amount of money over the course of 12 years for a road? That's what I remember at that discussion. And I was the one that got outvoted on it. So we're clear on that one. And why was it like that, right? That's the only question I had to it. But we do need to surface treat. Balsam Road and Canning Road are heavily used roads. There are a heck of a lot of residents that go up and down there. Our municipal trucks go up and down. But I do understand kind of what Councillor Nash was saying. There are people in the community on different roads that feel that they've been bumped for the other roads and they get pushed off a little bit, right? And that's kind of my understanding as to how a lot of the people have felt up here. But I do understand that we have to surface treat. We made them hard top. It's going to cost us a lot more money. And at our district association meeting, we all learned that it's easier for them down south to build hard paved roads and cheaper for them to maintain. We're up here, it's way more expensive for us to maintain. But I still think we should get to Maple Island Road like we promised years ago and look at getting that done for the people in the community.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, sorry, you done, Councillor Woods?
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, thank you. Again, we're talking about whether our reserves are 2.1 or 1.9 and again we have 200 and some odd thousand in reserve or in surplus. Jessica, do you have any idea what the surplus for 2025 would be, or what it's looking to be, or I mean, because that's monies too, right?
Yeah. Thank you for your question, Councillor Nash or Councillor Lambs. I can't definitively say at this point because we haven't done all of our year-end adjusting entries. But it looks like we'll be in a surplus position, but I can't give you an amount.
Can you look at that so you can give us a general
Yes,
idea? Because you know, the last treasurer would say the same thing. We can't tell you, but it's pertinent to this discussion, right? Because you're going to have a surplus that's going to go into reserve, and if it's another 300,000 or 250 or 200, then that's significant. So, you know, I think we were told by Barb, oh, it might be 100 grand. Well, it ended up nearly 300 grand, right? Surely to God, we know what our books look like at the end of the year. And I know it's subject to audit, which we should be doing, by the way. But, you know, just so that we have some idea, because those are funds. And I guess my feeling is, you know, we're talking about two roads. We're talking about Maple Island, and I think we're talking about from Highway 520 into the dump or to the landfill site up at Alls. So why aren't we doing it all? I guess is what's in my mind. Why don't we do both projects? The reserves are meant to be spent on our assets. And we're talking about our assets between this year and next year. So if it's an extra 200 or 300,000 or 400,000 in capital, then you know, why don't we look at those projects and possibly approve those too, right? It's just a matter you're going to do it this year, or it sounds like next year. Farley's Road, I assume you have to do some repairs so that that could be done next year, but you know, maybe that's in the list too. Look at all of it. And I guess we can say, well, yeah, but we'll rob the reserves. Well, maybe we will, but we'll also have 3 or 4 roads completed in that asset management plan, which will put us in better situation, or put the next council in a better situation from a capital standpoint. So again, I'm not saying we necessarily approve all these projects, but I think they need to come back as estimates for budget purposes so that council can discuss them and decide on them. So, and I don't think we can decide on them until we get that information. But anyway, so that's kind of my feeling on all this. So thank you.
Okay, so are we have we had enough discussion on the roads so far? When we move on to
Emergency management.
let's go on to
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
can we have a 5-minute break, please?
Yeah, that was the other question I was going to ask. We're past 12 o'clock. When do you want to break for lunch? I mean, we can have a 5-minute break and we can go for for a while, but when do you want to?
Well, how long do you think we've got left? An hour?
Oh, at least I would say.
Yeah, I'd say could we push it through and just have lunch when we're done? I think we're well more
Yeah,
than half done.
that's my thought too. I mean, we're going along here.
All
I
right.
I can eat at 2 versus 12.
Okay, no problem. Why
As
don't
long as
why
it's,
not-
as long
let's
as it's
take
okay
the short
with staff.
break then, and we'll keep going. And
What did you say, Councillor Bray?
I was just gonna ask, you know, maybe we should also think about staff because they're pushing
Yeah.
through as well.
yeah, let's break for 10 minutes or so, and then we'll come back and we'll carry on and see where we get by.
So I don't need to come back in. I just leave everything and I'll be connected 10 minutes.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
stay connected. It's only a 10-minute break we're talking about. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And 10 minutes.
Are you able to hear me okay, Mr. Chair? Just wanted to make sure I'm back.
I can. You are back, Councilor Nash.
Mr. Mayor, can you still hear me? Sorry.
I can still hear you. Bob.
Perfect, thank you. Perfect, thank you.
And I see that.
I'm here too. So.
Yeah. Are we missing anybody that? I
So
don't think.
just for information, I found out on Shakel Road that we did take it over, but it was before amalgamation and it was part of a subdivision. And actually, I got that information from Bob Whitman, who messaged me, who goes back before I was on council. So anyway, just for clarification.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense, actually. Yes. Thank you for digging that up.
Yeah, thanks. That's good info.
Okay, well, I'm not sure that we've done with all the roads, but I'm suggesting that we move ahead to um, the item dealing with the emergency management um, power.
Yeah.
And it's
Can I go back, Mr. Mayor, a little bit? So just to recap, Nigel, staff is going to work on getting obviously we talked about Shaco Road and, saving monies there perhaps. And you're going to look at what it costs to do Maple Island, what it costs to do up by the landfill site at Alls. And you're going to look at Farley's Road. If we did those three projects, we're going to come back and we would look at those in light of all this and then, make some decisions later on. Is that correct?
Through you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think that is the best course of action for us to look at all of, take this entire conversation, I guess, into account and come back to you with some additional information and probably a bit more of a detailed report in terms of the priorities in terms of these roads and the upgrades that we're suggesting.
Very good. And this meeting makes more and more sense, right? If we were looking at operating and capital, we'd be here for 12 hours, right? And
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this is the point of this meeting is to go through this process and I guess fine tune what this capital list is going to end up looking like in your draft budget.
yeah, very good, very good. My other question is of Jessica. She's here, is she?
Yes, I'm here.
yes.
Okay, Jessica, I asked you previously whether the 284,000 of surplus from 2024 is in the 2.1 million, 2.16, 2,160,000, whether that 284 is in that number. And you said yes, that's correct?
Yes, and here is the reserve schedule. So I've included that surplus amount. It's $285,446, but you'll see it hasn't been committed yet. That's a decision council can make once you
Yeah.
formally approve transferring it to the reserve.
Okay,
and then-
so what about two other things? OCIF, the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. How much did we get on that? Like a couple $100,000 or something, wasn't it?
No, we have a carry forward balance of 185,000 for 2025 and prior years unused funding. We're getting 136,000 in change this year. And so far we've committed 195,000.
Okay,
So-
so the 136 from previous years, is that in the 2.16? Is it in the reserves or not?
Yes, like the unused amounts from prior years are included under deferred grants on the reserve
Okay, but the
schedule.
136 that we're getting this year, is that in the reserves?
Yes, you'll see here. Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can. It's pretty
Okay.
small, but
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so it's included right here.
okay. And the final one is the CCBF. I'm not even sure what the CCBF is.
Community something building infrastructure fund. It's a replacement of gas tax.
Okay, so how much do we get on that?
So we have 71,000 carry forward from prior years, and we're getting another 70,000 in 2026.
So is the 70,000 from previous years, is that in the reserves?
Yes, it's not in the reserves. It's considered a deferred grant.
Okay,
But yes, it's on
that's
this
money
schedule.
that can be spent, right?
Yes.
And then so previous years and this year, the gas tax is not in the reserves, so that's what, about 100 and whatever, 150,000 or something?
Yes. So you have 2.1 million in reserves. And then for deferred grants, you're opening with 256,000 based on what we're receiving this year and what we've earmarked so far for projects. We'd end up with 142,000 at the end of 2026. And we
But
do have to use that within so many years.
okay, but we could use that to fund some of our projects that we're talking, can't we?
Yes, there you are restricted on how you can use the funds, but generally it's meant for like asset type work
Okay, so
for
my
your
point
critical
is,
for your core infrastructure like roads and bridges and
right, but my point is that there's monies there that we could use on some projects, and I think you
yes,
have to look at that with Mike and
yes,
Nigel, and it wouldn't have any impact in terms of the tax rate, right?
yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and
Okay,
through
that's good information to have. So thank
yeah,
you very much. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, to go back
and through
on
you,
it.
Mr. Chair, Councillor Lamb, thanks for that. That's what I was saying earlier. Um, it we can use that towards some of those asset management expenses or some of the road works that we were all just speaking to. So again, I just want to make sure, Jessica, your 2.158 that's proposed 2026 closing budget, that includes, I see it here under item 19, that includes the surplus from 2024. But under deferred grants, there's 142,214 remaining as deferred grants. That I'm just going to round it and say that 150,000 hasn't been included in the 2.158 surplus. So we could draw, sorry for the bird in the background, we could draw on that 150,000 if it's an eligible expense, an asset management expense or road improvement, things like that. We could draw from that deferred grant and not affect our 2.158 surplus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Can we move on to the emergency management, the power for the works garage, please? That's on page 19 of 34. And who's going to speak to that?
Through you, Your Worship, I can speak to that briefly.
Thank you.
You'll recall in the minutes that the Emergency Management Committee recommended looking at backup power for two facilities, one being the library and the other being the Public Works garage. We have submitted a grant application for some funding or partial funding, I guess, to cover what I think was targeted at the library backup power. When I wrote this, I was under the impression that grant had been turned down, but apparently it's still being evaluated. So there is a possibility we may receive some funding towards that. In the meantime, we did get an actual estimate done of what it would take to put full backup power at the Public Works garage. The estimate came in. It's basically $60,000 plus HST. I've added a certain amount of contingency as there would be some work that the municipality would have to do to prep for that job. So I've added that and suggested that it come out of levy funding. I do think it is a priority for emergency planning for our community, given that roads is a real focus for us.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Just for information, I had a Generac system put in at my home this past summer, and it's a 22 kilowatt, so it's a big system that'll do more than my house. And you're talking when power is out, and I paid a total of $16,000 for it. So again, I don't know what's so different than what we're doing there, and why it would be $60,000 or $70,000 just stuns me.
Yeah, it is through you, Your Worship, just in response. I think the main difference is that you're looking at residential power versus versus the industrial commercial power that you have at our public works garage. And I think I mean, I'm not an electrician, but it's a 400 amp service. Um,
And it's three phase.
and it's three phase, yeah. So it's a little bit more complicated than a residential system.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I actually spoke to and got a bit of background on this because I was also blown away, Councillor Lamb, on the $70,000 price tag. And I understand that built into this, like, again, this was only an estimate. So I think no matter what, we have to go out to tender, no matter what, make sure we get three prices, because I think whoever priced this, I don't know the company who it was, but way out in left field on the pricing. I understand it was a Cummins RS400, which would be for a 40 kilowatt service. And if you go online, you can buy that for $20,000. So I don't know where the other 50,000 is. Now that was American 20,000. But I also understand, I believe this would be capable of EV charging or something. And I don't think we need to look at EV charging for backup power when you can just do that off a regular 15 or 20 amp circuit. So I think the number we have here is way too high. I think we can round this number probably back down to closer to 40 grand. Understand it's commercial electricity, and be it a 1, 2, or 3 phase. We have 2 phase and have a 14 kilowatt, and it was about 10 grand when it went in. But I just think the quote's been overestimated from whoever was providing the quote to us. I do think, as the CAO said, that it's an important thing, and yes, we should definitely have it in the budget this year to get done. I just think we're carrying a number that's much too large as a budget number, and I think that's what Councillor Lamb might have been saying from his own experience. So I would suggest that number be lowered down. I think it would be, I'll call it a whole house or a whole building generator and the RS400 only provides 180 amp continuous flow and just allows for a 40 kilowatt for a very short peak, but it's running for 175 amp service or a 200 amp service. Anyways, hopefully the number can just be lowered when it comes.
We lost them.
I hit mute by accident. I think we'll see if we go out to tender for it, be it a Cummins, a Generac, a Cat. There's so many different brands out there that it will come in once we get it tendered from several companies. That number will be drastically lower than what you see there. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we also have to remember, if whatever we're getting, we have to look at maintenance and things like that and where they are, whether they're local or whatever. But the only thing I would offer is Wendy or Mike or Nigel, I can certainly give you the name of the reputable company that I had do mine. And they're in Barrie, and I was very pleased. And they put 3 or 4, again, residential units in at the same time. And they were very reasonable. And quite frankly, when I went out to look myself at this, they were reasonable. There were 2 or 3 others that were 25,000, right? And so you have to obviously be careful when you go out to quote. But I'm more than willing to just give you the name of the company, and you could even call them and ask them. I don't know whether it's 40 or 50 or 30 or 70 or whatever. So anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Folks, well, go ahead, Councillor Bray.
well, did you have something you wanted to add before?
Well, no, you go first, and I'll.
Okay. Certainly in the commercial field of generators, I have a bit of experience way back of putting in generators in some of my apartment buildings. Now, of course, my apartment buildings would be used quite a bit more than what the public works would, but I do know that they were over 100,000 at the time, and that was quite, like, I'd say probably it's now 10 years. So my personal feeling would be to leave it at the 70. If it comes in lower, so much the better. But if we lower it now and then it comes in at 70, then we're back at looking to figure out how we're going to do it. So my inclination would be to leave it at 70 and then hope that it'll come in lower. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
My comment was going to be that, unfortunately, folks, you're out. Those of you who are trying to price the system yourselves are outside of your, candidly, or outside of your technical expertise. You're absolutely right. There is the market is quite hot for residential systems, and there are lots of suppliers, and you can buy what you need for a residence. I estimated, I went and took a look at I didn't look at the Works Garage, but for the EMPC, in order to put that grant in, I took a look at what it would take to do the library. And the library is essentially a residential class service. So one of your Generacs or similar units, that's for $15,000. Yeah, you can do that if you have a supply of natural gas available close hand and all that kind of thing. You have to look at what's actually running there. But the Works Garage is a 3-phase commercial power supply. All of the wiring is heavier gauge wire. Copper's expensive these days, if you've ever tried to buy any. In addition to that, the transfer switch, in effect, it's 3-phase, not single phase, and there are three separate transfer switches, or 3 separate elements to the transfer switch. So the transfer switch, I can buy the transfer switch for a single phase for under $2,000 Canadian. The same transfer switch for 3-phase is up around $7,000, right? So there are some big differences. I mean, whether also the guys who do the residential ones don't necessarily do the commercial ones that often. So you have to find somebody who does it. Well, the way they got that estimate was from someone who does do, the commercial 3-phase ones, and that's you heard from Nigel what quote they gave them. They gave us. We could maybe get the price down a little bit, but you don't think it's twice what it should be or something like that. It's going to be more. It's going to end up being expensive. It's a bigger job to install it. Everything is all the components of the switchgear that you have to use and the wiring and everything are way more expensive.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I might, just a couple things there. To say that we're all unqualified to comment, I take exception to, Mr. Chair. Just like it would be like saying I don't think you're qualified to comment on it either. An engineer that's been retired for 20, 25 years is not qualified to talk today either. But with that said, we probably went out and got one quote, and we're using the numbers from one quote. So I have more questions, but Nigel, did we get one quote or 3 quotes?
Through you, Your Worship, we're at the budget stage here, so yes, it's simply based on one quote.
Right. So we have one quote, which might be a contractor saying, "Oh, they'll probably give it to me. I'll price it out for $30,000 more than it needs to be." It's one quote, so we don't know. But if you go online and look at it, you can buy that exact unit that was quoted for $20,000. There's not $40,000 worth of electrical work in that building. Yes, copper's expensive. Everybody knows that, Mr. Mayor. Yes, transfer switches are required for it. But to say let's keep it at 70, why don't we go out now before our next meeting, get a second quote from somebody else, and if that comes back at 50, we can put 50 in our budget. We're not going to tender. Just get a second price so we know if the first price was way out to lunch or not, which it might be. Instead of saying, let's keep 70 here, well, that 70, if there's an extra 30K there, can be used somewhere. Let's go and get another ballpark quote. We have many commercial grade electricians that live in Whitestone that could give a quote probably within a day from a simple phone call to say, here's a budget on a 400 amp service for a commercial place. Just a phone call budget. We have many, I know several of them. I won't say any names, but they're out there. Instead of saying, well, it's going to be expensive and you guys aren't qualified to talk about it, whereas I can tell you all about it coming from the mayor that a transfer switch is this much. Nobody knows until it's quoted. But 70,000 is ridiculous. Yes, 100,000 might be the case for a whole apartment building or a whole commercial building. We have the nursing station, which is a Generac. We have other buildings here which are Generacs. Generac does make commercial ones as well. Anyways, I just think we're way out to lunch on our number. I'll leave it like that, but took exception to say that I'm not qualified to speak to it when through my other profession I deal with these regularly on tenders, so which are on commercial buildings, so I know what they probably would be valued at. I know the number we're looking at right now is extensively high.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Nigel, was that quote from Blitz Electric?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it was not. It was a company out of Huntsville.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, could I say something real quick?
Sure.
When I looked
Go
at the
ahead.
number, I personally thought it was a little bit high, but I know the rising prices of construction materials in general change from day to day. But I would just say to staff, if one of you guys wanted to give me a call, I can give you a few phone numbers of reputable contractors that do commercial work in the Parry Sound area, just for when you want to do an RFP, who you could send it out to, because I think we would spend a little bit less money on this for sure than what the 70 is.
Through you, Your Worship, if you'd like, certainly we can try and find another quote to fine tune this number a little bit. We generally at budget stage, we're just looking for a quote to get an idea of what the budget should be. Obviously, we are going to go out to RFP for this, so we could potentially, I mean, we'll see what it ultimately costs at that stage. But if you'd like, I can certainly try and refine the number before our next meeting.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Nigel, this is for the Works Garage. If we saved 20 grand, let's just pick a number, that would also allow us perhaps to do the library?
Yeah, correct.
The library is not in here, right?
No, the library is not in here at all. We're at this point, we're solely relying on the grant funding for the library project. So,
yeah, well, if we get the grant, God love us. But I mean, maybe if the quotes come in, and I think you should get 2 quotes, but I think Parry Sound, somebody from Barrie or somewhere else. But anyway, not quotes, but estimates. And you know, if it's 50 grand, then perhaps we discuss doing the library, and we'll better use of our 70 grand. But Mr. Mayor, you're right. I'm not an expert. I just know what I paid, and also Councillor Nash has done some research on it, and I thank him for that. So anyway, let's see what it comes in, and this thing will come back. I think we spent enough time on it already. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. The next one is Bruce property upgrades.
Can't hear you very well, Mr.
Sorry, the next one is Twist property upgrades. And I might as well start by saying I'm a little baffled as to why this is being treated as a capital project. This is consultation with the community to discuss what we should do with the Twist. I was just surprised to say, not that I don't think we should do this, but it's actually $10,000, but I don't know.
I can speak to that, Mr. Mayor. The reason I've included it in here in a capital or a project based budget is because I don't 100% know what it is that council would like to do with this property. There's been some discussion about joining it to the nurses station, in which case I would consider that work to probably be a capital type item. There's also been some discussion about consulting with the community in terms of what we should be using the property for. So I sort of put the budget in with a mind to get an indication from council what you would like to do with that facility. I didn't want to jump the gun and put in a capital budget to do a bunch of work when maybe we want to consult first. So I guess it really is up in the air in terms of what we want to do with that property. And that's why the budget is here versus somewhere else.
And through you, Mr. Chair, if I might, I wasn't surprised to see a number of $10,000 here, but what I was surprised was to see it under the Parkland Dedication Reserve. And the CAO and I spoke before the meeting, and I told him I have concerns with that over what we've spoken about in past, and had some information provided to us on, and from my background, we have to be very careful if we use some money from a parkland dedication fee for the twist. That property, the twist, will be parkland. You can't revert it back to a building down the road that might be an office building or a fire station or a works garage or whatever it might be. So I understand there might be some costs needed, but I would strongly advise not to put it under Parkland Dedication Reserve. And I know that the community will want to give inputs of what they see will need to be done for the twist. But from what I see, is the twist was purchased as an investment for future generations, from what I understand from council, because it was before my time. And the exact use of it needs to be decided from public input, from council input, from staff input, but we might not need to do that right now. Right now, it is an investment, it's an asset in our community, but we don't know the final use of the land, so I don't think we should use parkland. And with that, I know there's been some talk about, do we connect a trail to it, like to connect the
Nurses station.
the nursing station to the twist property. You could use the twist property for overflow parking or for the fall fair for parking. But I think we just need to be careful, and I don't think a trail is a bad idea connecting the two. I just think we have to be cognizant, knowing of what some of the species are around that area before we do something as small as it might be, connecting a trail, but filling in the wetland there. I think we'd have to do a quick little assessment of it. I'd be in support of connecting the two areas. But I think we can't just fill it in and do it. We'd have to get a environmental assessment to spend a couple grand on that and then put the trail through, and hopefully the works department could do the trail. And as for us deciding, we're nearing the end of this council term, maybe it will be next council or the one after decides what the twist property will be. But I like the fact that staff has put it here just to say, hey, we need a placeholder here. We might need some public input. We might need to spend a bit of money on doing this, but I think that should just come from our general reserve or from operating, and Parkland Dedication Reserve should be taken out of it just so we don't get tied into it being parkland no matter what down the road. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when the twist was taken down, I thought we'd get a lot of negative feedback, and it's just the opposite. What I've heard people say is it looks fabulous, right? It looks like a park. Aside from parkland dedication, that's beyond my pay grade, I guess. But what we've done is I think positive. Councillor Nash is right. This was made for an investment. It kind of, aside from parkland dedication, it is kind of like part of the campus, I call it, in Whitestone. It does have waterfront, obviously. In terms of connecting the two, I'm all for it because, again, you've got parking in the winter. Um, if someone wanted to come up and snowmobile for the day, there's very little places for them to park on municipal public land, or in the summer, the fair or other things. So I am for, and I thought it was actually in the budget, was going to be done last year, and it was a minimal cost. But so I'm for connecting it. I think the consultation as to what can be done, I guess we could do it, but the reality of all this is anything that's being done with the twist will not come out of tax revenue. It'll come out of some big grant that we get, right? I mean, if you're going to start erecting buildings at $2 or $3 or $4 million, for instance, and that's what it'll be. Our tax base won't afford us to just say, okay, we're going to stick that in there unless we start really saving and putting stuff in reserves now, right? So it's contingent on grants and an appropriate grant to say, we want to put whatever over there. So anyway, I agree with Councillor Nash that this discussion certainly doesn't take priority over, short-term rentals and official plans and zoning bylaws and whatever. So anyway, that's just my general comment. Thank you.
Other comments about this?
Mr. Mayor, just
Yeah,
talking
Councillor.
about connecting it for parking purposes for the, is that what you want to talk about? I'm not against it. And I mean, I know the one thing that I would say is, I mean, this year I kind of like seeing it where actually people did actually go in and park on the paved area for fireworks, where last year nobody wanted to park there on the paved area because we didn't send the message out that people could use it for parking. That is a good area, like Councillor Lamb was saying. If someone's coming to the area for snowmobiling, that paved area alone, somebody could park their snowmobile trailer in there and get off and go snowmobile and hook up to the trails, right? But the property itself, absolutely investment for the future. And I'm personally, I'm really looking forward to public consultation and hearing the ideas, because I have plenty of ideas of what we could do for the community on that property. I look at that property and all I see is opportunity for the community here. If we want to say it's a park I'm sure everybody's got their own ideas, and I can't wait for that discussion, to be honest with you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I just really have one comment. Well, two, I guess. First of all, the issue of filling in that swale that is there. I don't have any I thought we were going to proceed with that, to be honest. I don't have any issue with that because it's not it doesn't predetermine what the use of the property is, and it simply joins it together with the property that the nursing station and the LCBO are on. But the thing that and if we need to do, I don't know whether we need to do an impact study or not, but it's not that's not a drainage ditch as far as I can tell. It's just a swale. But in any case, I think the really important thing about this is that part of determining what to do with the Twist property itself is what needs to be done with the whole of the downtown, the downtown municipal campus, if I can use that terminology. We're looking ahead now to the future of what our needs are for municipal space in Dunchurch. And I think everybody can appreciate that what has happened historically is that we've sort of done things a building at a time, so the pavilion got put here, and the municipal office got put here, and the fire hall got put there, and the community center got put there, and the nursing station, and then the LCBO on the front. And I'm not doing it in order, but I understand that it's been a set of ad hoc developments, one at a time. So, well, we need a community center, so we're going to put it here. We need nursing station, so we'll put it here. But we haven't, the time I think has come when we have to look and see what's going to be required in the future. What's the future of the fire hall? What's the future of we're going to have to expand that community center ultimately. It's not big enough. We're going to have to expand the office. It's not big enough for the future. We're going to, maybe the LCBO should be somewhere else instead of where it is, and so on. So there's some work that needs to be done to sort of, like, it isn't just what happens to the Twist property is what I'm trying to say. And I'm very much in favor of getting community input into that. But I think we also need to get some assistance from knowledgeable resources who do this kind of thing, a site planning function, that look at the various possibilities that we had. Like, and there's other things, by the way. We should have a central heating and cooling plant for the whole thing at some point in time. Not in this year's budget, I'm not saying, but so there's a lot of considerations that need to go into this. And yeah, they would cost some money. I guess it's the question of when do you want to start it and how do you want to structure it? But I think it's a bigger discussion than just what do you do with the Twist property, because in a sense it's our, it's in a lot of ways it's our expansion space for things that we're going to want to have in the municipality going forward. And I mean, maybe there's lots of different things that could be done. Originally, it was the previous owners were looking at doing a small commercial residential building there. So there's lots of possibilities, but and I'd love to consider them, but I think we have to figure out how we're going to structure it, that discussion, and we are going to need some resources to do it, which I guess is what. No, I mean, when I saw this, that's what I thought that $10,000 was outside resources to assist with coming up with the proposals and so on. Councillor Bray, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I really think that we need to have some help to look at our future needs, because like I realize that where the fire department is right now is absolutely the worst place it could ever be in terms of the summer, the amount of calls we have, the summer people at the beach and things like that. But it's also, we cannot meet the new requirements within the building we have. So if we don't start planning like now, not that it's going to happen now, but if we don't start thinking about it and planning and figuring it out, we're going to get to a point where we have to do something, and then it's a knee-jerk reaction instead of us planning ahead of time and then looking at the money and then looking for the grants that will go with it and being able to be in a position to be able to apply for those grants because we've done the pre-work ahead of time. I think we need to do I think there needs to be quite a bit of discussion about things, and I think that we did say that we would open it up to the public, so I think that we should honor that, and we should also get some help to look at our planning needs for our municipality, because I think in the next 10 years there's going to be a lot of things that we need to relook at.
Through your worship, if I could just comment quickly. Yeah, I think these are all really good ideas and good things that we're going to need to do. It's a much bigger discussion than what I intended with this $10,000 budget. So I wonder if we could just leave it in as, or maybe even decrease it to 5,000 if we're just looking at joining the two properties. And I think Councillor Nash brought up a good concern about the Parkland Reserve, and perhaps we should take it from a different pot of money rather than the Parkland Reserve. And in terms of the overall bigger piece of consultation that we're all talking about, I think we would need a bigger budget and a little bit more consideration for that.
Yeah.
But this really is meant just for the linking of the two properties.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree. If it's the will of council to do this discussion this year, then let's do it. What we're talking about is a master plan, right? And that master plan needs to be put together by someone with some expertise. But I think we have to involve, first of all, what are our ideas? And off the top, I agree with Councillor Bray. I mean, what we have now is we have an office that you put one more employee, and I don't know where you put him. You've got a fire department that I agree is in a terrible situation, and everything was ad hoc, right? I wouldn't have put the liquor store where it is. Probably the liquor store should go up at the landfill site. And I'm kidding, of course, but it's a hodgepodge of stuff, and it's our duty to look from a strategic standpoint and discuss. We're going to move the fire department over there. We're going to move the office over there. What are we going to do? If the fire department, for instance, wasn't in where it is, you've got all kinds of room, for instance, for the office to expand, right? In the back there, even where the meeting room is, whatever, where Bob is and Councillor Bray, you've got room there, and then you've got a great big area, right? Don't forget you also, and I'm not suggesting we do this, don't forget we also have the thrift shop sitting up at Maple Island, right? And could that fit in where the fire department is? And I'm sure there's a ton of other ideas out there. But if we want the consultation, then let's do it. I don't know when we get the expertise, whether we do it after we have public meetings and say, here are 3 or 4 areas that or projects that the council thinks are worthy of our strategic plan and going forward, and then get the consultant to go from there. So I don't know whether that's this year or next year's budget, quite frankly, but certainly I guess we could have a meeting. You're going to get suggestions like daycare centers, and some of them will say just leave it the way it is, right? But anyway, those are kind of my comments. But if Councillor Nash is right about the parkland dedication, then take it out of some other funds. So thank you.
Yeah. And just in closing, hearing everybody else's comments, I think what has been said as ad hoc is 100% correct, and so is needing a master plan. We do have a planning consultant on staff. That's what they would specialize in, would be to do a master plan. I know it's been said in the past. I think I'd suggested one of them, but I think others have said it too, is, think outside the box, and that's what a master plan can do down the road. If your fire department was out of there one day, your fire department could be at where your works yard is now, and your works yard could be down, I'm going to say, off the Farley's Road there, past the baseball diamond where the pit and everything is. But again, that'll all take master planning. And as much as I'd like to say, I'd like to start it now, at the same time, I don't think it's up to us as this current term of council. We might just get started on some public inputs, and it'll be a totally new council. Now, it might be everybody that's on council now back at the table, but you don't know what'll happen. And I'd say, I think it's best left up to the next term of council for them to decide on having public hearings and master planning and stuff like that. Leave it up to the next group, which might be the same group, but leave it up to them. But at least we can, we could let the public know that we'd hope it would be done then. I think we might be jumping at the bit a little too quickly to say, let's start master planning now, when we have an official plan to do, when we have other bylaws that we're trying to get to, and we only have a number of months left under this term of council. So I'd suggest maybe that stuff gets left till the next budget, 2027, when it can be given a full 4 years of staff and members involvement. That's what I'd think on it. But I do think it's needed down the road, and maybe there can be a placeholder in this year's budget for next year so that whoever's there will know that it was spoken about to maybe start in 2027. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think
I think
probably
beat this one to death.
yes.
I think you leave the 10 grand in and we go to the next item.
Okay, I'm that's what I was going to suggest. Replacement of half-ton pickup truck, and I guess there are actually, well, there are a few vehicles here in the next.
Speak
couple
into
of
the
pages.
mic, Mr. Mayor.
I said there are a few vehicles here in the next couple of pages, but anyway, let's do them one at a time, I guess, because they're for different purposes. What the next one, this is a works garage vehicle, I think, right?
Through you,
Yeah,
your worship.
Works department.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, yes, it is. It's our mid-sized half-ton Colorado that needs replacing.
Is
And
this the
through-
one that you drive around and this doesn't plow or anything like that?
Right now, no, it does not.
Are you suggesting that, sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you, are you suggesting that we put a plow on this thing or just it's a vehicle for the roads department to, you know,
It is a vehicle for the roads department. It has been brought up that a plow probably wouldn't hurt, but that was not at the start of this.
but you don't, do you have a plow that you would put on it if we bought it?
We don't have one here now, no. Like we do have our 3/4 ton truck with a plow and a sander on it, so
Okay.
it would be strictly a backup if we did.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think I'd ask that question about the plow leading up to today's meeting, if it would have a plow on it. And I think it would be a good idea. But I'm going to kind of speak to, if it's okay through you, Mr. Mayor, in regards to the half-ton pickup truck for this line item, and also the fire department pickup truck. I'm just going to say it because I have the same idea for both, so I'll say it for both of them. And I think you'll appreciate why I'm saying it for both. Just, I think it'll save some time. I know we have $70,000 for a pickup truck. I full-heartedly agree that's a small pickup truck. It's been on the list that would need to be done for a few years. I fully understand we should do it. Just like I actually agree with the fire truck replacement, which would be a pickup truck. But with that said, between the two, it's $70,000 for the works and $82,000 for the fire truck. That's $150,000. And I would strongly recommend, many municipalities are going to it. Many of the very large municipalities, Toronto, Brampton, Vaughan, they'll lease 1-ton dump trucks. They'll lease plow trucks. They'll lease just regular pickup trucks. They'll lease SUVs for the building department, whatever it might be. And I know you'll hear pros and cons for it. A pro to leasing is you have it for 3 or 4 years. You build in your 30,000 or your 20,000 kilometers a year. You can build into the leases these days, both through manufacturers such as GM or Ford. If you want to put a plow on it, you can build that right into the lease right at the time of ordering it. You still have the full warranties on the vehicles during that time. If it's factory ordered from GM or Chrysler or Ford with a plow on it, it'll be fully warranted during the course of that lease. As long as you stay under your 60,000 kilometers or you get an extended warranty. Or you can go to aftermarket leasing, which many of the car dealerships have, which might not be, I'll use GM as an example, might not be a GM lease, but would be the local dealership leasing company. And you could put your emergency lights on it and some other things, and they build that into your lease. But then you give it back at the end of time. And that might cost you $750 a month, or maybe it's $1,000 a month for the types of pickup trucks we're talking about here. But then you've freed up probably 120, $130,000 this year, because the only number you'd be putting in as your capital expense would be the lease payment itself, the 10,000 or the 12,000, whatever your monthly payment times 12 would be. But you don't need to worry about your trucks getting beaten up so much if you're leasing them the same as you used to, because all the big manufacturers offer leasing on both plow trucks and pickup trucks. What it more comes down to is if people are going to dent the crap out of it over the course of 3 years, you're going to have to pay for some body work. But at the end of your lease, you can always choose to buy it out, which is what many municipalities would do. Out of 10 vehicles they lease, maybe 8 get sent back and 2 get purchased that might have dints and dents or too many kilometers, and it would cost them some money as a penalty to send it back. So they might buy that one out, but the buyout again, it's 4 years later. And yes, you might be spending a little bit of interest. You can get right now, I think, a 1% lease on some major brands, be it GM right now or Ford, but other times your lease rates might be higher at 7 or 8%. So you just have to time when you're going to get that new lease done. But it would free up a lot of money. That money could go to our reserve funding, over 100 grand. You'd get 2 new vehicles, and after the 3 or 4 years, you just keep leasing them. That's why so many big municipalities have gone into leasing, because it lowers your reserve that you have to draw out. You send the trucks back, they're still fully warranted. That's what I'd like to see. I've spoken to both the public works manager on it, I've spoken to staff about it, and I've spoken to the fire chief about it. And I understand it's still a capital. I understand, you might be paying interest on a lease, but you also only are charged the GST or tax at the time of a lease payment. So I think it's a really good way to do it, knowing that I think when I asked our current 2021 pickup truck that was purchased, the bigger Ram, I believe when I'd asked, it has about 130,000 on it over 4 years. So whatever that works out to, 30,000 a year, which isn't a high number for a lease, but I think both the fire truck and the public works manager's vehicle would have lower kilometers than that on it. So that's what I'd like to see, or at least I'd like to see other comments on it, and like to see what staff say about the benefits to leasing. But I'm sure they'll also say there's some disadvantages to leasing too, but it's something I'd like us to look into, like many other municipalities do now. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what page is, I can't find, I've got on my iPad here. What page is the fire, the one they're going to share between fire and roads? What page is that on the agenda? I've got
That's a side by side. It's not.
It's
Page
I've got page 21 where the 70,000 is. Where's the
Page 23.
23? Let me look
Yeah,
here.
but through you, Mr. Chair, the one I was speaking to was the fire department, not the shared Councillor, not the shared utility vehicle. It was more the new
27.
pickup truck.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see.
page
It's not
27.
another pickup truck. Sorry. 23 is the side by side. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was talking about page 27 in addition.
27. Let
Councillor
me
Lamb.
just look a second, please. I'm not one to, I'll defer this to our CAO and our treasurer. I'm a guy who's always paid for his cars and kept them for 8 years, and I've done that for 50 years, and so I've never leased a car in my life. There may be merits to it. I don't know enough about it, so I'll defer to others on the decision. Yeah, here's the 82,000. I see it now. Okay, thank you. Thanks. The other thing, just hold on. The other thing I guess you could do is, and again, I know we're into loans and saying, "Oh, we're not, borrowing money," and that sort of thing. Is it better if you borrowed money under from the government at 3%, or whatever it is? It's pretty low right now, and financed it that way versus a lease arrangement. I think that needs to be perhaps looked at the same time, if we're looking at alternatives to just purchasing them. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Bray, go ahead.
Thank you. I agree looking at the different ways to see whether lease or the purchase would be better. The other thing that I would like to see us look at is whether we can look at a hybrid vehicle so that we're cutting our fuel consumption probably in half or almost in half. Not a plug-in, but I think the other kind of hybrid is really helpful. But I think we could also look at some of the municipalities around us who have already done that to see their experience. And I think we could do that quite easily through IceCap. So I would like us to have a look at that, because I think that if we can reduce our fuel consumption, that would be a great thing. Thanks.
I just had a question for our treasurer from a clarification point of view. If we lease vehicles, that the expense associated with that moves from capital to operating. Am I not correct?
Yes, you're correct. And it's also considered a debt payment. So it does in fact impact your annual repayment limit.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes.
That's useful information. I'm not arguing one way or the other in terms of purchase versus lease, but that's I was thinking I wanted to be clear that it wouldn't stay as a capital item, but it's interesting to find out that it actually goes towards our debt ceiling. That's anyway.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Jessica, just on that, are all leased vehicles considered operating and not capital? Like I can go and lease a 3/4 triaxle dump truck. That would go under operating, not capital, even though it's a lease? Or
Yes,
I
just
can
like
lease...
just like any of our debt payments, it would be included in operating.
All right. So if we leased an excavator down the road, it would be considered just operating.
Yes, correct.
Okay, yeah. So I think that's even better, because by doing this, if they were to be leased, they'd be coming off of our capital projects, would be saving hundreds of thousands of dollars on the book for a current year. That could go towards reserves. And to me, that's why so many municipalities have done it. I had gotten some other information from other staff that said that leasing, it was thought was still capital. And I thought it wasn't. So I appreciate that it's been looked into behind the scenes and clarified today. But yeah, I think it's just something to look into. Again, I'm going to push for it, because I think the amount of money that we see spent on maintenance, not gas so much, but maintenance and repairs of our vehicles as they get several years old, is astronomical. And when you lease it, if you lease it for 4 years and it's 120,000, you purchase it with that. You purchase it with a warranty topped up to 120,000, and you never have to worry about things. You can also, like, I have a current truck, and it's all maintenance included, all extended warranty up to 160,000, all tire warranty. You never have to pay a penny for anything until 5 years, 160,000. So there's many ways to do it with leasing now, that you know your costs up front, and even if it needs that big repair, brakes, engine, transmission, it's covered under the manufacturer's warranty still. So hopefully it comes back being looked at that way. But what do, I guess, as Councillor Lamb had referred to, what do staff think from a good bookkeeping point of view of possibly trying to lease a couple vehicles to see how it works? Do you see it as a good idea or not a good idea, just from staff, just to see your guys' input on the idea?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Nash. Through your worship, I can try to answer that. It is something that we did discuss and consider, but I don't think in this scenario that leasing is really the best alternative. When you have cash available, which we do, we have very healthy reserve balances, healthy cash balances. It makes more sense to purchase outright. If you lease, you end up spending more over the life of the asset. So really, when you have the cash available, that kind of negates any pros to leasing, especially in instances like this where the vehicles are going to be used a lot. Also because of the nature of the work, the nature of the area that we live in, the mileage will be very high. We're often driving on very rough terrains. So you can end up incurring costs to fix repairs that are outside of what's included with the lease.
And just when you said over the life of the asset, it would cost more, why would a lease cost more than purchasing it outright? Like, when I mean that, like, you can get a lease rate of 0.99% lease. You're talking 1%. You might be talking very small figures, right?
Yes, because you'd have that lease payment every single year going forward. You'd never be able to get rid of that. Whereas if you purchased a truck outright, let's say like it's $70,000, but we get 10 or I don't know, 13 to 15 years out of it, the cost ends up being lower.
Sorry,
Like
Jessica.
if you divide that the total investment over the life of the asset, it's lower than what you would be paying annually with lease payments, if that makes sense.
I know you're the treasurer, so nothing against that, but from my accounting background in construction and construction equipment, and project managing of that type of stuff, if you ever got 13 or 15 years out of pickup truck, it would be like winning a lottery. Like the one that we're talking about now, it's a 2016 and it is now 2026. So that's 10 years and it's well past its dues. I think
I understood it was 2013, so apologies. I thought it was 13 years old.
I think it said 2026 in here. I could be wrong, or 2016.
The 70,000 one does say 2016.
Yeah. I think if you get 8 years on a truck for the works department, or fire department being a plow truck, or, if we were to say that truck that we got, the Ram, that we wouldn't be looking at replacing that for another 7 years from now, I think we'd all be thinking of it. And I just don't think I think that might be true when it comes to maybe a building inspector's vehicle, not construction. But with that said, again, there's lease rates as low as 1%, but say that you take that $70,000 vehicle, I'm just doing very simple math, and you keep it for 10 years. And I'm just saying there's 10 months in a year to make it simple. That's $700 a month in a payment for 10 years, right? Well, you can also lease for 4 years and probably only spend $700. So although you say over the course of time it costs you more, it actually doesn't really cost you more because you've saved on all the maintenance down the road, because there's not that outlay of your brakes are covered, or lots of stuff. Maybe there's some things that aren't. Oil changes wouldn't be, but your cost up front, especially if you build in including maintenance costs into it, and your payments for a top line work pickup truck that could get out to Bolger, or a fire department truck that could get out to Bolger, you're probably only looking at $750 to $1,000 a month for a brand new vehicle that you'd be having brand new every 3 or 4 years, without the downtime, without the worry of big maintenance costs for it because you never hit that part of needing an engine and a transmission. So it's just something to look at. So I look at it differently, which is why in my line of work, when it comes to this, it's always suggested to do leasing, which is why lots of other municipalities, I'll use Brampton as an example. Every single works department vehicle is leased with them now. Any type of pickup truck, 1-ton truck, all leased because they just send it back at the end and don't need to worry about it. So I hope that maybe we can reconsider looking at that, but those are my options and recommendations myself.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Jessica, what's the interest rate on borrowing money from the province? Do you know?
No, I'm sorry, I don't have the current
Could
amount.
you let us know that? I suspect it's pretty low given the interest rates set by the government. So, yeah, I guess what we're looking here for is some sort of cost benefit. But I caution council that right now we've got reserves that we're using for these two vehicles, which is 150,000, to transfer them over to operating. I think you're going to be stunned as we put stuff in operating and we say, oh, we want our tax rate 3 or 4%. I think you're going to be, I don't know, I think you're going to drastically affect that, along with some of the other things that we've discussed. What we've discussed so far today is adding a lot of capital items, right? And we're doing it in light of not knowing the operating portion of all this. So I just caution people that, whatever it is, but I guess we do it. I don't understand leasing, whether all the maintenance is paid for or what isn't, but surely to God, someone can do, here's if we lease and here's if we buy, right? If we buy, it's probably 7 or 8 years that we would keep a vehicle, I'm guessing. If we lease, it would be 3, I guess, right? So the cost, you'd be doing it twice, right? You'd be leasing and then releasing in 3 years, or I don't know whether leases go on after 3 years or not. But anyway, those are just comments that I have. Thank you.
And just one other quick question, just in closing, Jessica. What if, and sorry, Mike, I think you put your hand up. I apologize. What happens if, like, lots of the big manufacturers, like your GMs, Canada, Chrysler, they have 0% financing, I know, on a lot of pickup trucks a lot of the time. Again, you can spread your payment over 60 or 72 months and it's 0%. If you did it that way, not a lease, but a financing through GM Canada or Ford Canada, and they're 0%, would that be considered a capital or operating?
I'd have to look into that, Councillor Nash.
Okay, so maybe that's one thing to also look into. Just going with the 0% offers that are out there. Like, I know right now, I just Googled it when we were talking. GM has 0% for 60 months. Ram truck is 0% for 60 months. And I think Ford has one too. I'm just trying to find it, but they're out there. So it's 0% over 5 or 6 years, right from the car manufacturers as well. Thank you.
For you, your worship, all I wanted to do was make a clarification and apologize to Jessica. Yes, when you and I were talking, I did accidentally say it was a 2013, but it is actually a 2016, just for the record. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
If I could comment just briefly, Mr. Mayor, through you. With respect to the leasing versus purchase, I think what Councillor Nash said is correct. There's pros and cons to it all, and ultimately it comes down to doing a kind of a detailed cost benefit analysis, I guess. And I think the other thing is it really depends on your overall philosophy on how you're dealing with asset management. And I guess the reason we're sort of recommending the purchase option is that our asset management plan is based on us putting money away into reserves and then using that as these assets become up for replacement or repurchase. So the idea, I know we take pride in sort of raising the level of those the reserves. But the idea is that we're also supposed to be taking money out of those reserves, and that's what they're there for, right? So the idea is you're putting large chunks of money into these reserves, and as these assets uh, come up for replacement, we've got money there that we can access to replace them without incurring any debt. So based on council's direction of no debt, that's kind of why we would lean towards that purchase option more so than the lease option. But like Councillor Nash says, there are certainly some upsides to leasing. I think one of the downsides to it is that there's a bit of risk to it in terms of when the asset goes back, what type of shape it's in, what type of mileage, whether you've properly estimated the mileage, and just some of the extras that you end up paying when you send the lease back. In personal life, I've done it both ways myself, and sometimes it's better to purchase, and sometimes it's better to lease. So it's one of those things where you just need to come up with a direction and stick with it, I guess. But at this point in time, at least, our asset management plan is based on us putting money into reserves and purchasing. And if you've got $2 million in the bank, why would you finance it? Because that's essentially what you're doing with a lease, right?
Okay, so thank you. We skipped over a couple of things. There's a $470,000 replacement for the tandem dump/plow truck, which is on page 22. And there's a shared side-by-side shared between Public Works and Fire, which is on page 23. So I wonder if we have any comments on those particular ones.
I have a couple questions and compliments actually on both of them. I'm not sure if I'll say my bit, and then if staff want to speak, I'm not sure if they're going to speak to them. But the tandem replacement of the tandem dump truck, plow truck, I know that was also on David Creaser's, the past works manager's list, and I understand in speaking to Mike that it is needed, and it's glad to see that we can take this out of the reserves and we have money there and don't need to take a loan for it. With that being said, this tandem plow truck, I'm going to ask, and I've already asked some of these questions to the works manager, but knowing that it would have a two-way plow, but also about it being a roll-off dump, I'll call it a roll-off. So in addition to it being a tandem dump or plow truck, the back of the truck, from what I understand, could have a flat deck to it, which could have a salter hopper on it. It could always hold a bin for what we do at the dump. It could also hold your water tank on it. So I understand it as a tandem roll-off dump truck, plow truck, salt truck, multi-use vehicle. Am I right on that, Mike? That with this, it would have the capabilities of being a roll-off truck with its primary use most of the time being the plow truck in the winter, but having the capabilities of transporting equipment. You could put your water truck on it, your salter on the back of it, a dump box, or just a bin to take stuff from one landfill to another, or if you need to pick things up. Am I correct in my understanding of it, Mike?
For your worship, yes, this combination unit truck will be or can be purchased as a roll-off unit, which means for this price you get the salt sander hopper, a dump box, so you can use the truck in the summertime as a dump. You have the options of getting other things that you can use, like a flat deck for moving things around as a float. Picking up trucks, just say you have one that has an issue and you can't start it on a job site, you just go pick it up instead of having a tow truck. Also, you can attach a water tank to it. Should ours ever need to be replaced, we can actually have it fitted on this truck, so it's in a water truck or a crescent unit. And also, as you touched base on, we can use it to eliminate having a contractor come in and empty our bins at the landfill, our bulk bins, let's say. So we can get rid of them, paying them, and then not having to wait for them to come in and empty it if we have ours full and need them dumped. We could look after it with our own machine.
So thanks for confirming that, Mike. I think it's a great, great purchase for the community. I think it's a long time coming having a multi-use vehicle like that. And that's why I just wanted to say congratulations to the municipality as a whole. If we go through getting this type of multi-use vehicle, I think it's well needed in our municipality, and we'll be able to use it for years. So thanks, Mike.
My question is that what's proposed here though? Is the 470,000, does that buy you that unit that you're talking about?
It does.
It does. Okay, thank you. It just wasn't clear from the description. Okay, so any other comments or questions on this one?
Yeah,
Mr.
through
Mayor?
you, Mr. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Councillor Lamb. I can wait.
Yeah, it's just a question. I see the Argo. Is it the intention to then get rid of the Argo? Because I guess what's going through my mind is if you get a side by side, how many times, Bob, have you used the Argo to actually go in the water and get to an island or whatever? Or do you use it for that? I assume it's equipped to go in the water. That's what Argos are. But do you ever use that? Because if you got a side by side, you wouldn't be able to do that again, right? Or can you kind of educate me a little bit?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we've never used it actually.
Speak into the mic, Bob. I can hardly hear you.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. We've never actually used it to rescue anybody out of the water. Most of the time we use it as on snowmobile calls and bush calls at Bolger, up at the Wildcat, stuff like that. Yes, it is designed to go in the water, but we've never actually used it.
Okay.
Where
Would
did
we
you
use-
see a reference to the Argo? I didn't see that.
Well, the Argos, yeah, in Dunchurch. Would you ever move through you, Mr. Mayor? Bob, would you ever move the Argo, then say up to Ardbeg and
Yeah,
leave it
so
there?
that was kind of the plan, to move the Argo to station 940 and leave it up there so we'd have a second vehicle up there if we needed it. It depends on how we're gonna, right now it's gonna be used for Siren Public Works. So yeah, I think that would work. I don't see a
Okay,
big.
thank you. Thank you.
And I think Councillor Woods was trying to speak. I think it was about the roll-off just before I speak about the Argo.
Yeah. Thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Us getting a roll-off truck is music to my ears. Reason being is I want to say it was the first or second council meeting I was ever in. I proposed this to council and everybody thought I was the way off in left field to have the ability to move more of our own equipment and get rid of our own bins and have this type of unit. So I am so glad that Mike has come to us with this kind of request, because to me, this is something we should have done years ago. So thank you very much, Mike.
Okay, and through you now, Mr. Mayor, just on the utility vehicle, I'm going to propose something here that I think will make sense when we all hear it play out here. I think the purchase of a new utility vehicle is well worth it for the Works Department, even though it could be also used for the fire department. But I think the primary use would be for the Works Department. And before this meeting, I know I'd spoken to the works manager and said, oh, are we talking about something like a Kubota? I'm sure lots of people see them. They're kind of orange in color. They have a little dump box on the back, an enclosed cab, and they look like a side-by-side, but more of a commercial side-by-side than one that you'd see going off-roading out at Bolger in the sense of off-roading just for fun. They're 4x4, but they're a work 4x4. And what I see this vehicle being used for, kind of outlined in the write-up that we got, going out to Bolger, but not just Bolger, going out to any landing, water access point that we have, going to the ball fields, If you have a little project that you need just to dump a little bit of dirt somewhere, it can be used for. Planting annuals, it could be used for, or flowers that we do, picking up garbage. They can just drive to York Street and dump out of the box. It's a hydraulic box. And where I'm going with this is, we say tax levy, but what I said at the beginning of today was about the parkland dedication fee. And each year we need to spend 60%, or at least it needs to be a combination of spent or allocated. And unfortunately, we as council, I think, have failed on that in the first couple years that this has been in place since the government changed it to the requirement of this. And we just look back at last year of how much we spent and how much we should have spent, and it's clear there, right? We have about 180,000 in the parkland dedication, and this year we're only proposing spending, for example, this year 20,000. Well, we actually have to spend about what is it, 140,000 or so, or at least allocate it, or sorry, 108,000. We have to, or at least allocate it. And a piece of equipment like this new utility vehicle, if it was the Works Department's utility vehicle for boat launches and the parks, it could come out of our parkland dedication fee. You're allowed to buy specific vehicles such as these for uses like that. And if the fire department happened to use it sometimes, fabulous, but we could use it as a park vehicle and use part of our parkland dedication fee. Later on, I'm going to suggest the Zamboni like I already have, but I just wanted to bring that up to staff to say, I think, knowing that it would be primarily used with Works Department, that could it be classified to go under parkland dedication fee to our treasurer? From my understandings, it could be, knowing what other municipalities have done with vehicles like that.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Nash. I'd have to look into that. I can get an answer back to you.
Thanks, Jessica.
Okay, have we done with these two items? Sounds like we have. Page 24 is two additional radar signs. Who's got that one?
Your worship, that would be me also. These are to purchase two more radar signs, one for the west end of Dunchurch. I'm going to say towards the school zone more, to use as a calming device and an information gatherer. And the second would be mobile, so that we could move it around through the summer season while cottage goers and tourists are around, so that we can kind of use it as a calming device, but also gather information about speeds on some of our local roads where we get complaints about traffic speeds and such. I think it would be very beneficial for us to be able to have that information to hand over to the traffic enforcement of the OPP.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Mike, I think it's a great idea to purchase two more of these. Would this also include any upgrades to our existing little trailer that we use to haul around our existing one, which I'm kind of saying it as a joke because I always think it doesn't look to a municipality the kind of what we've done to mock up the existing radar signs. Hopefully we can just work on that a little bit at the same time. And just with traffic calming, I know you and I had spoken about work on the 124, and it was a total afterthought. And I'm just thinking about this actually just now. And if MTO is asking for any ideas or wants that we have when they're going to be doing the resurfacing on the 124, I know, sidewalk has been spoken about in the past, but when it comes to traffic calming, could we make a request? Maybe it would be shot down, but for MTO to think about if there's any way that we could get a crosswalk to be put in somewhere in Whitestone across the 124 as part of their highway improvements when it's done? Do you think that might be something we could just ask for and see where it goes?
Through you, your worship. Where are we here? I have a meeting with them tomorrow with the MTO about the 124 construction project, and they want to have all of our needs and wants present, send it to them tomorrow, which from talking to you earlier, the crosswalk was one, the sidewalks were the other, and just asking for more information about the bridge work that they planned was what I was going to bring to them about tomorrow.
Perfect. That's great news. Thanks.
Beautiful.
Yeah, through you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wood.
No, I just that's really good news. That sounds like a great conversation. So
yeah, through
thanks.
you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is music to my ears because it's dangerous in Dunchurch. You get these salt trucks and everything else going, and they sure as heck go more than 50 kilometers an hour. So my guess is, and I hope I'm wrong, but that it's a provincial highway, and there probably is some rule that says you can't put a crosswalk across a provincial highway, but otherwise, I'm sure there'd be many, right? Like McKellar and other places, but it's worth investigating, I guess. And I guess, since these things are 4,500 each, I know you said the third one is a roving one, but I mean, I know Dunchurch, and because I live in the area, I use it a lot more. But are there other roads like Wawashkesh or whatever where a sign would do a load of good to slow people down? For in other words, at 4,500 each, you said two, why not four, right? Like if there's other roads that we really need to put these signs on, right? And you need to put them both ways so that people get it, not just one way, right? But is there another road, or am I going up a route I shouldn't go?
Through you, your worship, we do have other roads. We do have Farley's has been tagged as something that has a high speed or
Why
a
don't
high
we?
rate of speed done.
Well, yeah, why
Go
don't?
ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that the plan is to move that one around. Usually do it to get the information that we need off to be able to make a report out, and then just continuously move it to the roads that we get complaints. Because I've been told Maple Island has higher rates. People have complained about that and the need for more speed signs. Well, for me, I already have lots of speed signs up there. We just need to be able to prove that they are speeding to be able to talk to enforcement. So yeah, like we do have other roads where it's been noted. Balsam Road's been noted. Um, a lot of the problem, like what we have is roads going in and out. We don't have straight throughs. We have turnarounds. So speeding in is going to be speeding out also with most of these people. I hate to say it that way, but for right now, I just figured the three would be sufficient. But if you guys have other ideas,
It
I'm
might
all
be.
I
ears.
just think that this is a major thing, right? And again, these signs aren't that expensive at 4,500 when you've got a $6 or $7 million budget. So, if you need two more, so you've got three roving, or I mean, I know where Brian lives is a real dangerous area over that Farley's Road, that people coming over that hill. In fact, Brian and his dog were hit in the last 6 months. So that's a very dangerous area, and I would be putting one there for a long time, not just spot. And if you need to put three signs, if we got two more and you need to put them in three areas and move them around, that's fine by me. Or if you needed, like on Wawashkesh, to put one, two for a month and whatever. But why would we have one roving around when they're so cheap to buy? I guess is my only comment. So.
And Mike, I fully agree with Councillor Lamb. If we need a couple more signs, put it in the budget. If I understand, a lot of these signs can be mounted on like a 6x6 post for a period of time, right? So we could put in a post, put the sign there, and then relocate with a new post somewhere else, I believe. But one area that we might not be thinking of too much, but if I'm just going back to complaints we've had, is it might not be a road that gets hundreds of vehicles a day, but Clear Lake Road, where we have all the camping, but it's more the ATVs that just drive down there at reckless speeds. That might be a spot for another sign, just so people will see when they're on their ATV, oh, I'm doing 100 down the gravel road. And we've had a death on that road from people driving down it, I think several years ago. So that might be a road to think about even, or even the bunny trail. So I think there's many roads, like Councillor Lamb said, maybe we can get a couple more than just the two, but I'm all for if it's 2 or 4, or they're roaming or stationary, whatever we might need. I think it's a great initiative.
All right. Food for thought.
Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I fully agree with, if we need more, then let's get them, and let's get ourselves set up so that we can get some meaningful information for the OPP. Mike, I was wondering if in that discussion you would be able to discuss with the MTO about extending the community safety zone, because ours is very short.
Yeah.
Really too short compared to what they do in McKellar, and we have a school. Ours should extend a lot further along. That was one of my things, and that was something that was brought up to me by a couple of residents regarding their children and grandchildren. So I think we should be looking at that. And the other thing that was brought up also with the Rod and Gun Club was whether they're going to be doing a lot of work on the bridge, and because there's a spawning bed there, whether the Rod and Gun Club need to think about talking to M&R about moving that spawning bed somewhere else. So I think that's another important area since you're going to be talking to MTO about the work being done on the highway.
Through your worship, I had a quick conversation on the telephone with the fellow I'm going to meet with tomorrow, and he said they have to go through all the proper channels with all the fisheries and stuff like that anyways, and apparently they were already brought to the attention that there is a spawning bed under that bridge. Yeah. So they do know about it.
Okay,
but I will double check with them again tomorrow.
That's great.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Bray, we've had this discussion, before you were on council, like maybe 8 years ago or whatever. But through the years that I've been on council, it's always been a no, right? And believe me, I take my boat through there all the time. I've never had a prop hit, but I know lots of people do, because you got to do kind of an S under the bridge there. Yeah. But when it comes to spawning bed for pickerel, that's what it is. It's pretty sensitive, and you got to go through hoops, and I, certainly we can ask, but my guess is that it's ultimately you got to, how much time do you put into something you're probably going to get a no for. So, but anyway.
Yeah, and
I'd love it gone, by the way, if I could, but I also everyone has to think about the pickerel in the lake, right, Tim?
Yeah, and I just from my background, I'm sure what we'll hear as a community is that they'll have to do a type 1 environmental assessment in order to do the bridge rehab work, which would include, as Mike was saying, all the necessary agencies being contacted and an ecologist out to do everything. So I'm sure we'll be in well hands. If the government of Ontario is doing it, they make themselves go through all these hoops, which is why so many of their highways take so long to be built.
Okay, I just have a question. The one sign that we have, and by the way, the original plan was to get 2 signs a long time ago, and I don't know when I think we had trouble with
mission.
The ones on 124, we have to get permits from MTO to put them there, and that took a very long time, and So for whatever reason, we ended up with one. I don't know. But here's my question. Has anybody extracted any data from this sign? And if we have we learned anything from it? And have and has that data been forwarded to the OPP, and has anything caused them to modify their non-enforcement in Dunchurch? Because I'm we seem to be predicating the assumption this on the assumption that having more signs is going to do two things. One is it's going to one is that it's actually accomplishing some traffic calming, slowing people down. And I guess I'm from Missouri on that one. I don't know if there's any evidence to support that assertion. Number one. Number two, the original part of the original rationale was that we were going to have some compelling case for MTO that they would, or for OPP, that they would actually start to do they would bring some radar out and start charging people, which of course, as you know, this is what the government of Ontario is now saying to people. They're saying, no, you can't have any automated
radar
signs that cause people to be fined. We're going to apply increased enforcement, and I guess I'm sort of feeling like we should be, as a result of that, in a position to say to the government, okay, fine, you said you were going to solve our speeding problems by increased enforcement. Where's that enforcement? Because we're not getting it. I mean, that's the bottom line. So those are my questions. Has any data been actually taken off that sign? Has it been shared with anybody? And do we have any evidence that it's actually causing people to slow down? Because you could tell that from the pattern of the data, I would think. Anybody know?
Your worship. Yes. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Ray, I guess, was going to answer.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's either between Mike or myself. He did get some data. The original data from way back was corrupt, so it took him quite a while to organize getting himself on the system and getting the system up and running again. And yes, he did get some data and shared it with me, and we both looked at it. And because it's coming down the hill, I think it's more a calming device for people coming into the village, at least at that point where the sign is. I can't say as following through the city or through the village, but what I was saying to him is that, yeah, that might be good, but it's the other direction that is the direction that is such a huge concern, because they don't seem to be slowing down that much when they get to like the Duck Rock, and then when they get through to about just past the landfill site road, York Street, and moving past the church and going up the hill, they all increase incredibly, really a lot. And I know that because I'm at the church a lot and I'm trying to get across the road, and I've been seeing that. But I'll let Mike speak to what he was able to come up with. And no, it has not been shared with the OPP because it wasn't really that meaningful at this time.
Your worship. What I was gonna say, pretty much what I was gonna say, other than I was gonna add, because it took so long to get the information onto my computer through all the problems we're having with the uploading. We missed, I think, the prime opportunity of the cottage goers, the tourists and everything that I'm believing is the people that are causing the issue coming through town way too fast. So we missed that perfect data there. But the data does show that, as far as I'm concerned, they're coming down, they see the sign, they're slowing down because the speeds aren't as high as you would think they are. So if we get one put up at the west end, I'm sure we're going to see the same thing, or we'll see them speeding through. But it does seem to calm them down because they can see the speed they're doing when they're coming down to it. So
should the existing sign be moved up east of, maybe this is a question for another day, but should it be moved up east of the 520 intersection? Because the speed limit is already down at the top of the hill, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Or even moved closer to the school. Like, I'm sure it can vary in different spots. And I actually wondered, because I think we have it sitting right in front of somebody's front view, and I've always thought I wouldn't want to be that person with the sign flashing all the time.
Yeah.
So I know it takes time, as was said by you, Mr. Mayor, getting approval from the highway, from MTO, but different locations I'm sure only help. And it's great to know that Mike and Janice, that you guys have tried to pull the data off it. I wish that was done previous years as well, but at least we have the data now and know how to do it going forward. So that's great as a starting point. So good to hear too.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to your question of does it actually slow traffic down? You should be married to my wife, because I will guarantee you you come through and you're doing 60 kilometers and something says, flashing, you're 60. I don't know how many times I've been told it's a 50 zone, right? And so in terms of my personal situation, I know it's traffic calming. And my guess is that it is for a lot of people, right? Because you're going down a provincial highway in this case, and you really don't think. So I think if they're put in the proper situation, and one's in the east end and one's in the west end, at least in Dunchurch, I think it is very, very, very meaningful. And I've heard from many constituents who want us to do something here. So I think it works, and that's why I said I think we should get a couple more. I don't think you could probably Google, do traffic signs work, and I'm sure get your answer, right? So anyway, thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. So I think we've probably
Mr. Mayor?
covered this one. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to add that, yeah, I agree with Councillor Lamb. And I think it does help people to see that we are trying to do something, knowing that it's a provincial highway and it's not our jurisdiction. But I think anything that we can do is good. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, can I
Yes,
say something?
sure. Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. The enforcement signs, in my opinion, if we wanted to buy some more and put them out, I think is a great idea. In the village or coming into the village, both directions, they should have them. Absolutely, I agree with that. But Maple Island is also a hot spot for people speeding through there, like really ripping through there. So it'd be a really good idea in there. We've had lots of complaints over the years about the high rate of speed for people. But I think Councillor Nash brought up a really interesting one. That one portion of Clear Lake Road, for us to be able to get information on the rate of speed out there, that could really help us in the long run to convince enforcement out there, right? Because, I mean, we've went over and above, and I appreciate the direction that council went down, getting extra enforcement out in that direction for whatever reason. But if we could get a sign out there and record the rate of speeds of some of the ATVs out there, that could really help us out.
Okay, so it sounds to me like there is a consensus that we want more signs, and I certainly support that idea myself. I think, I think they're a reasonable investment for sure. We should get a couple more. So, it sounds like we can leave that one as proposed. If we could move on to page 25, which is paving of the helipad and the portion of McDonald Drive, I guess, running down to the helipad. That's who's going to speak to that one?
Worship, that'll be me again too.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Jessica's got her hand up.
Oh,
I was just going to ask council if staff could take a quick break, because we haven't had a lunch break yet.
Okay, yeah, this is
I agree, we're long.
Yeah,
I was pretty
staff
sure
needs a
this was
lunch,
going to
Mr. Mayor.
happen. We're not going to be finished by 2 o'clock. So, how much time do you want?
20
I think just a half an hour.
Okay. Can we
Sounds
come
good.
back at 2:30 or thereabouts?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. We can. Thank you. We've returned from our break and we are now at the item which is on page 25 of 34, which is paving of the helipad and a portion of McDonald Drive. Well, maybe it's all of McDonald Drive. I guess it's not a very long road. Who is going to speak to that particular one? Is that
Through you, your worship, that'll be me again.
okay? Go ahead.
This is a request for the paving of the helipad up in Ardbeg. And while we were doing that, I figured it'd be smart, at least on my end of it, to pave McDonald Drive because it is such a short little piece of roadway. The helipad itself gets chewed up quite often by quads and gets washed out by rain when we have the heavy rains, which we've been getting more and more of. Also, McDonald Drive has done the same thing. It gets washed out when it rains pretty heavy. Along with for the maintenance part of it, it is the dust and the dirt and stuff that gets blown around by the helicopter itself. They have pretty pricey impulsion units, and the dust and stuff does damage them, and this would help that out also as well, and allow us to paint the helipad so that it's more noticeable from air. I think that's it.
So just for clarity, when we say paving, are we talking asphalt paving or are we talking tar and chip or what are we talking?
This would be pavement, the asphalt, not the tar and chip.
Asphalt.
Yes.
Through you.
So
Sorry.
as far as drainage is concerned, there would have to be, you would have to ditch McDonald Drive a bit because I don't know. I guess it tapers off a bit at the edges. I don't know, but there's some additional work. And what about the helipad itself? It's fill, I guess, so it's probably pretty stable. What do you think?
It is, Bill. Sorry, I wasn't clear. My meds are running off here. It does. This would include the ditching, putting the proper crossfall in on McDonald Drive, making sure the drainage, changing any culverts or adding a culvert if we need it now, and then grading the helipad itself also to make sure it drains properly prior to asphalt going on. All that work and the asphalt.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I think this is a great initiative and a long time coming. But I understand the McDonald Drive portion of it. I know when it rains, as you said, the heavier rains, you get washouts. And I know the fire department has had to request at the works department, it might have been before your time, Mike, to come in because there's almost like a swale that builds up between the fire department driveway and McDonald Lane that gets washed out a lot. So I understand if you only paved, be it the fire truck or the fire hall parking area or the little driveway entrance there, or the helipad, you're just going to have screenings and gravel wash over the helipad and not do the purpose of what the improvement would be for. I also fully understand, and I've spoken to the fire chief before today's meeting as well, and understand that Air Orange and others that use it, like hydro, but more air orange, yes, it can get sucked up into the rotors, so they might not want to use it sometimes. And by doing this type of improvement, we'd be able to paint, you'd be able to do new lighting, um, and it could serve the whole community. And I look at this, even though it's a large expense, but I look at this and say, if paving McDonald Lane and the helipad in the fire area saves one life, and that helipad can get used one or two times more a year because we're doing these improvements, I say it's well worth it in the sense of we're saving lives and the public can see we're really trying to put safety first, just like the new fire truck. Now, with that said, though, for the McDonald road portion, I have OSIF written next to here. And I would hope, because right now it's a pretty big price tag, 150,000, coming from tax levies. And for the McDonald Lane portion, I'm assuming the OSIF that we had carried forward, and I'll ask Jessica this, the OSIF grant that we had carried forward. I know we've said to use it on a few other areas today, but for McDonald Lane, the improvements related to that, be it culverts or ditching, gravel, and the HL3 paving, that could go under OSEF. Am I correct, Jessica? If we so choose?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Nash. I'm not entirely certain because it's like an enhancement of the asset. So I'm thinking 90% yes, we probably could, but I'd like to verify that and get back to you.
Yeah, perfect. Because I know we use it like, as you said, if you can verify it, but we use it for doing tar and chip or graveling roads sometimes. So I'd assume it would be there. So that would be one way to bring this number down from just using tax levy and using OSIF. I'd also think, if we looked at it and said, well, you also need a dead end turnaround. So part of the helipad improvement might fall under the OSIF item as well. But I think to the public, if they know it's being done and they know we have some grants for it, I think it would be taken better than if it was all just tax levy. So I'm for it, but hopefully OSEF can be used. And if you come back to the next meeting and confirm that, I believe that that will make a difference for it overall. But I think it's well worth it, like I said. And I understand from the fire chief that Air Orange would very much appreciate it if we had something like this done. And would this also help, Mike, for winter maintenance there? Again, knowing that the fire department's there, but getting a vehicle out on a paved road and a helicopter landing, even in the winter months on asphalt, you're going to have less ice and snow removal would be easier for those areas for safety response. Would I be correct in assuming that?
Yes, you would.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
A couple questions. Jessica, how many or how much OSEP would we have enough to cover the entire 150? If the answer is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Lim. I'm not entirely sure because there were some additional projects you wanted us to look into, so I'd have to see where we're at overall and present an updated.
You'll have to come back on this. I'm not against this. Bob, I have one question. How many times is the helipad used in a year? I mean, I know you have to kind of guess a little bit, but how many times would the Air Orange land there in a year?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, in the daytime, it hasn't landed there in the last 5 years. At nighttime,
Can you put into the mic, Bob? It's hard for me to hear.
can you hear me now?
Yes, better. Thank you.
Yes.
So in the last 5 years, it hasn't landed there in the daytime at all. And in the last 5 years, it's landed there once at night, and it landed there once Sunday night to airlift a lady out with a head trauma.
So it's been used twice in 5 years.
Twice in 5 years, yeah. In the daytime, Orange always tries to land closer to where we are.
Yeah.
So
I can understand that, and I know one life saved is a great thing, and I'm not trying to belittle that at all. But this is used twice and I know we have to plow it and stuff like that, so it's deeper. So I'm not against it necessarily. But having it come out of a general levy and our tax revenue is, we have to be real here, right? 30 or 35,000 is a 1% tax increase. You're really you're looking at a 4 or 5% tax increase just for this, right? In operating, if we can't use the funding. And, I'd love to see the hoops we're going to go through when we see the operating budget to find 150,000. I just see real difficulties here when it comes to when the rubber hits the road, right? So if we can't use the funding, and hopefully we can, and I can support it, but if we can't use it, then I would at least throw the idea out that, we start some sort of reserve for a 2 or 3 year period and do it at that time, right? So we put 50 grand a year for this year, next year, and then do it 2 years from now. Not spend the 150 this year. So those are just my thoughts. And again, I don't want people to think I'm going to kill someone or anything like that. It's just the reality of doing this and with 2 and 5 years and we kind of got hit with this, right? It's not that we got hit with it a year or two ago and we've saved for it, and it's a matter of saying it comes out of reserve. It's very different. So anyway, those are just my general comments. And again, don't think I'm against it somehow. So anyway, thank you.
Other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a quick one?
Sure, by all means.
Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. I think Bob would be the one who'd be asking the question of if he's still here.
Yeah, he's here.
Bob, do you like, is there advantages for, Orange like wanting to continue using it if it was paved over us graveling it? I mean, leaving it the way it was or paving it, would they be more? Because it wasn't at one point they didn't want to land there at night. It was too hard to see. We had to try and improve lighting and open the area up. And is there more of an advantage to them continuing to say they'll service it if we paved it?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, through Councillor Woods. Yeah, no.
Closer to the mic, please, Bob.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, they would like to have it paved because it's easier to wheel the stretcher. There's no snow to deal with. But at the end of the day, they're still going to land there, regardless of whether you pave it or whether it's grass. Because when they land in the daytime close to us, it's wherever. They land in the rivers, they land on the rocks. Yep. So they land wherever. It's nice at night because there's a lot more safety hazards to deal with. So if it's paved, it's way better. If it's not, they're still going to land there when they're needed. They're not going to, well, I shouldn't say they're not going to call tomorrow and say they're not going to land there, but they're still going to land there.
Okay.
And if they were going to make it mandatory for us to pave it, they would give us lots of notice and say, hey, you got years to pave your helipad or we're not going to land there anymore. So hope that answers your question.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just one follow-up question, not to that, but when I said about the OSIF funding, I know we had 142,000 of leftover OSIF and gas tax. So to answer Councillor Lamb, I'm guessing there's probably I'm only guessing, maybe there's 100K here that could possibly be used for it. But with that said, we also have road gravel maintenance money each year. And I've said before, some years we could always lower the road maintenance amount and use it as capital gravel amount. Same thing, just different names, different placeholders. But it would be possible maybe to use some of our annual road gravel to do some of the base work that would be required for the helipad or for McDonald Lane to bring the overall number down, Councillor Lamb. I would think it'd just be taken from 2 different accounts for the job overall, possibly. That might be something staff could think of as well.
Well, we also, through you, Mr. Mayor, have this 280,000, right, or whatever surplus from 2024. So anyway, I think we'll be looking at this again when we see the entire budget, perhaps, right? And we'll see. So.
Through your worship, I did just wanted to mention that I just looked up the use of the OSIP funding, and we would be able to use that for the McDonald Drive portion, but not for the helipad. And I don't know, Mike, if you have a breakdown between the two, what the costs were.
Why not for the helipad? What's
Because it's not considered the type of asset that funding is meant to cover.
Jessica, would it cover it? I'm gonna do my accounting 101 here. Would it cover it if McDonald Lane has a road turnaround at the end of it, like a cul-de-sac? That would still be covered as part of your road work. And if we happen to paint an H on our cul-de-sac, I'm sure that would still be covered under OSEP funding. It's still a road. We're just using it as a helipad landing area because it's cleared, right? It depends which way you talk about. It's not, I don't think, designated in our asset management plan as a helipad. We just call it a helipad because it's an open area at the end of a road, right?
Yes, I think that's muddying the water a bit, and in that event, I'd rather go to OSIP and ask them if that's an eligible use of the funding.
Yeah, which would be perfectly good, but as long as they know that it's a road turnaround at the end as well. Thank you.
We might also be eligible for some emergency management funding related to this. It occurs to me that this is kind of a strategic thing, but are you saying, Jessica, that it's not an asset in the asset management plan, the helipad? Or is it?
I think I said that, Mr. Mayor, not Jessica.
Well, no, I'm asking you to confirm that it's
I haven't seen
whether it's
it
an asset or not.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it in our asset management plan. That's why I mentioned
don't recall it either, but I think it should be. That might be something you want to just take offline and see if we've missed it somewhere. But anyway, the other thing I guess that would factor into this is how this would affect the winter maintenance. If it were paved, it seems to me it would actually be easier for us to perhaps mount the cones with the lights on them, mount those up a little higher or something, and maybe it would make it easier to keep it clear in the wintertime. But I guess that's a question for Mike. I don't know.
For you, your worship, while looking into this, I didn't get into it deep, just not knowing if we were going to go ahead with this or not. But there are actually lights for helipads that you can get mounted in the asphalt, which would mean there's nothing for you to work around. You'd plow it off. They would be just below the surface. I'm imagining you would have to clean them off physically. I don't know how that would work, but for the vehicles going in to do the snow removal, there's nothing to work around anymore. They're underneath, just below the surface.
Yeah. Yeah, I know about those, but they're a chunk of change in addition to paving.
Yes, they are.
And the helipad, I mean, yeah. Okay, well, look, I think we've probably spent enough time on that one, but it's a good project to. So can we move to page 26, which is bridge and culvert inspections? And you're up again, Mike, I think.
Me again. Through you, your worship. This is a biannual inspection that we need to do every year on our bridges and our culverts. So I would like to have it put back in again. It needs to be done this year.
Is this once again, I'm asking, sorry to, is this a capital item? An inspection that we do every 2 years? I mean, we have a lot of things that we have to inspect on periodic intervals in our. It seems to me those are operating expenses, no?
Through you, your worship, I think this one could certainly be considered an operating expense, yes.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I had it circled. You beat me to it, George. I had it circled. Could it be considered a operating? I know, again, we're just different silos, and we lower one and raise another. But for it, my other question for it was simply, I guess this bridge and culvert inspections, knowing that they has to be done, again, would go out to some form of a couple quotes or a small RFP or something, I'd assume, Mike, on it, just to make sure we're getting some balanced pricing on it.
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing else on that one, we've done the one on page 27 already. We are now at the Gooseneck Lake standpipe, which is requested by the fire department. Who's going to speak to this one?
I will, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, so we have a standpipe now. The closest one to Hartbag is on the Bunny Trail. The last couple of years, we've been having tons of problems with beavers and just no water. So we like to take the head off that one and relocate it on the Gooseneck Road going into Gooseneck Lake, somewhere near the dock, and then have the Public Works Department plow it and just plow the parking lot enough so we can drive a truck in and then back it up towards the dock. We don't need.
Sorry, did you finish, Bob?
Oh, no, sorry. Did I cut out there?
Yes.
Sorry. So we would like to do that and have Public Works plowed in the wintertime and just plow the parking lot there enough for a truck to go in and turn around and back up to the dock. Sorry about all the issues with this computer. I'm not.
Wouldn't it be easier if you just had it straight at the end of the boat launch road where you come out to the water?
I'm sure that's where we're looking at. It's somewhere right around that point where the dock sets, because you're gonna have to push the snow up there. So, and we pump from the side of the truck, not the back of the truck. So if you backed the truck in and had the standpipe on the left-hand side, then the next tanker that came in would go into the turnaround or parking lot and back up within 50 feet of the pumper truck and pump the water.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Chair, I think the way that the dock was, I'm not sure if you've been there in the last year or so, but the way the dock was installed, basically if you drove in Boat Launch Road and just kept driving straight, you'd actually drive onto the dock. So I think it's
onto
exactly
the dock. Yeah, I know.
Yes. So I think it's exactly where you're suggesting is where Bob was suggesting. From what I understand in speaking to the fire chief, part of the reason for this, am I correct? I just want to make sure that you have some problems. I don't know if it's beavers or rodents or muskeg, but the current one that is on the Bunny Trail, not too far from the 520, it doesn't work too well. Am I correct, Bob, on that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we've been having trouble with beavers plugging up the pipe, and when we go to use it, luckily we haven't. Just for testing, it's always plugged up. We don't have time to unplug it if there's a fire. So we thought about moving it to a Boat Launch Road to the Gooseneck dock.
Yeah, so I think it's a great idea. I know the Works Department was already planning on doing some graveling, I think left over from last year in there in the spring. But one thing I might think about, again, this is only if there is money. Again, using some of our parkland dedication fee could go towards some improvements at the landing there for the fire department. Again, because it is we know that the boat launches have been under parkland dedication because we call them naturalized areas. And one thing that we could think about, if there was being work done over at the helipad, maybe they could do a small layer of asphalt there that would help with the winter plowing and access to the fire department to the standpipe. You might not need to do the whole boat launch area, but certainly just the road getting down to it or something like that. So that might be something that staff can think about, and that might be able to use some of our 108,000 that needs to be used up this year. If that would qualify, as it has in other years at boat launches, for some of the parkland dedication fee, just as an idea. Don't need to talk about it today, but just as an idea for using some of the funds and help the fire department there. Thank you.
Okay, other comments about this particular item? It's not a big item, but anyway. Okay, how about the next one? We're on to page 29 now, which is tanker repairs. Again, $4,000.
I'll speak to this one, Mr. Mayor, if you can hear me.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is just some stuff. The last time it was safety, the company that did the safety said that there's some stuff that we don't normally inspect that should be replaced and touched up so the truck will maintain probably another 7 or 8 years of life if we spend a little bit of money. So it's just basically maintenance, something that we don't do every day, or that particular stuff.
Any comments on this one?
It's kind of the same question that I guess, Mr. Mayor, you brought up for one a few items ago, but why would this come out of the fire reserve? Could this not come out of operating for you, Bob? Like, I know what you just said, but you'd like to see this come out of the reserve. Like, it doesn't seem like a very big ticket item. That's why I'm kind of asking that question.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure where it should come out of. That's just where I put it. Wherever it comes out of would be fine with me. I mean, it's not, I'm not the expert there. We just need to do a little bit of maintenance on it that we don't typically do. And where it comes from, I guess, whatever works.
I think this, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think this needs to be decided once we see the entire budget.
Yeah, I agree. I was just going to say maybe staff can look into it. So
Yeah, to move it right now would be, then the operating budget comes back and we go, whoa, you know, and then we're moving it back again. So leave it there. We're going to look at the entire budget, and when we do, we either leave it there or move it to the operating, right? So. And it is such a small amount, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that the decision about whether something is operating or capital is in essence an accounting principles decision. But anyway, I guess if it's something that you only do occasionally, then $4,000 is a small amount of money too. I mean, a lot of places they have, capital items under 5,000 or something would not, you wouldn't have them, right? So anyway, well, how about the next one? Page 30, volunteer management software. Our deputy clerk has provided this suggestion.
Could I speak to this one, Mr. Mayor?
You may, yeah.
Perfect. First of all, I wanted to thank the deputy clerk. I know this one got a one-page report plus another couple pages, so I appreciate that. With that being said, I think it's a great idea, and I think we need it. So I'm all for it, but my question again would be what I just said before. Maybe if it comes back, I'd look at this and say, if this is just management software and how we track important things to do with volunteers, maybe this would just be out of our IT upgrade, but more from an operating point of view. I think it's a great initiative. I'll be supporting it. It's just whether it comes out of the tax levy or maybe it's operating, but I think it's a great idea. I liked the report when I read it. It was, my only comment was, where does it really come out, if that was all?
So I guess my question to the author would be, do we have a package in mind? And if we do, is this a one-time only license fee that you pay to a vendor of a piece of software, or does it come with an annual maintenance and support fee, or?
The software that I have in mind is annual. There is an annual fee. That being said, I only looked at one or two volunteer management software companies. So I would like to do a little bit more research to see what else I can find. I was looking at it just with Eva when I was working on applying for a grant. So looked at one, but would like to have a look at others. But this one is a yearly fee.
So the $4,000 is, I'm guessing, is including some staff time to get all the data into it, or?
Correct.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All
The
right.
fee is lower annually. I think it's about $2,000 a year after initial setup.
Okay.
So
Through you, Mr.
Councillor Lamb, go ahead.
Yeah. Volunteers are lifeblood of this community. And it appears to me that the same people do the same work year in and year out. And, there obviously are new people, but not very many. Many of our volunteers are older people that have retired. And I think in terms of I guess my question of Wendy, does this give you strategies as to how to recruit more volunteers properly in a community like ours that's 80% seasonal? Because anything we can do in terms of volunteers and training and helping and I think is particularly for 4,000 or 2,000 a year is well worth it. But anyway, those are just my general comments. So.
And that's a fair question. This particular software that I was looking at does have components to make recruitment a little bit easier, a little bit more electronic. It does definitely make training easier. There are training components that can be online for all of the volunteers, and it can be specific to whichever committee that the volunteers want to participate in, if that answers your questions.
Yeah, because I know, for instance, in our community, Peggy Whale worked on this, right? Her career was partially in volunteer management and that sort of thing, right? And over the years, as I say, the idea of training volunteers and getting a module like this and has been talked about several times. So I am happy that something's come forward in this area at a relatively low
Pardon
cost.
me. That was a car going by.
That was what?
That was my dog letting me know a car is going by.
Oh, okay.
We didn't really hear it. So
We didn't hear your dog.
Oh, all right.
We heard you.
So I'll save my embarrassment then.
Okay, thank you. I'm done with that.
Okay, thanks.
Wendy, would this also allow, like when people apply under a new term of council, would this be able to help with the application sheets for when people are applying for volunteer positions, do you know? Or could that maybe?
Can you give me an example, Councillor Nash? Sorry,
Well,
do you mean running?
Not running it so much like when a volunteer applies to be on, say it's the recreational committee, they fill out the application form and submit it. Would this have something on there that could help with that automatic fill in, like, standardize that template, I'll call it?
Absolutely, we could do that. And like I said, we can tailor it to each individual committee so that we can have a description of what's expected of them on the rec committee versus what's expected of them on the environmental stewardship committee. And that can be part of the application process so they can determine which committee suits their skills best.
Perfect. Well, you have my support, and it sounds like you have others as well. But again, if to me, if it's a recurring cost, that just, staff when they bring it back, is it operating or capital? If it's a recurring number, that's all.
Thanks, Councillor Nash.
Would this,
Hey,
through you, Mr. Mayor, would this also help us with service awards and that kind of area? Because I always, I look at the library and we have all kinds of different types of volunteers, right? And sometimes I wonder, why some people are at the volunteer appreciation dinner and why others aren't, right? And um, anyway, so would it help in that area also?
Absolutely, and that was actually the biggest part of my thinking as far as the software goes, is to track the volunteers so that we know exactly when they started, how far or how long they have volunteered, to make sure they've taken all of the mandatory training that they are required to take as well. It tracks their progress as a volunteer a lot better than, like right now we have 3 or 4 databases that I can think of. Eva has one, I have one. Our info desk has at least one, if not more. So I kind of wanted to amalgamate them all so that we have one clear program to use that has all of the information that everybody needs, so that we are up to date and we know who all our volunteers are.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else on this item, we are now done with the individual project sheets. There are a couple of other sheets that summarize reserves and deferred grants and so on. Jessica, did you want to comment on those, or were you looking for any further discussion of that, or?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. No, I had mentioned some things in my opening address on reserves. Note that the contribution to the asset management reserve, we are suggesting an increase to that to get us closer to the $1.1 million funding target as recommended in the asset management plan. Other contributions are recommended to stay at the same levels until we have a longer term forecast completed. And then in terms of the 2025 capital project update, that's just for council's information. If there's any specific questions, we can take them.
Through you, Jessica, if I might, and just one last comment on the last item. Somehow I mixed up my screen here, but hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Am I correct? Hopefully.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Maybe that software under the last item could also be used even for the volunteer fire department to keep track of training and stuff like that. I'm just thinking outside the box. But when it comes to the funding, when I look at the funding by source at the bottom of the page, I just wanted to bring up 3 or 4 items on it. So Parkland Dedication Reserve, currently we have 40,000 being allocated this year. And if we're going to use the full 60% of our 180,000, that would give us about another 65K to that number, bring it up to about 105,000. So that might be one way to find some more funding for items we've spoken about, or changing accounts that things are coming out of. Also, under the last item, the CCBF grant, in the right now we have it at 127,000, and we have the OCIF grant at 195,000 coming out this year. But if we looked back at page our breakdown that showed reserves and deferred grants, we have another 142,000 that can be drawn between the OCIF grant and the CCBF grant. So that could be another source of another 142,000 of funding added on to the current 195 and 127. And the last item I have for this is what I briefly touched on earlier, which was maybe we can think about using some of our road maintenance money for some of our road works capital this year if we're doing improvements, having less money in our road gravel maintenance fund under operating and having more in our capital to go to some of the jobs we've spoken about today. Just something for staff to think about, different ways of using the accounts is really it. And I guess I have two items that I want to bring up as possible items to add or for council to think of and staff to think of under capital for this year. And one of them, I'll say each one, I'll say the first one and then ask for comments and then do the next one. So the first one is possible for a Zamboni. Again, you can get the brand name of Zamboni clears ice surfaces. Zamboni also sells little ones that go on the back of tractors. They're called a Zamboni 100 or a Zamboni 200. And Calendar recently did one this last fall, and it cost about $20,000. And it fits on the back of a tractor. And it would be the size that would work really well for our community rink. And I think it would be a great expense if we can do it this year or have it in place. When I say this year, have it in place for next fall, and use some of our parkland dedication fees for it. I sent a link to the works manager on the name of it, the Zamboni 200, just so he saw what I was talking about. But I don't know what other council members might think of that, if there's a way to get it into this year's budget or to think about it for next year.
Through you, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think it's a great idea, but I don't know I've taken a look at the unit itself. It goes behind a tractor. Do we have a tractor that it could be put on? And how does that impact whatever in the winter? I guess that's something that Mike needs to look at. Because we'd have to have a tractor down near the rink, right? But it wasn't that much money, as I recall. It was, what was it, 20 or 30,000, Councillor Nash?
From what I could find, it was 20,000 was the cost in the Calendar News article for the Zamboni part. And I was even thinking maybe this RTV, this utility vehicle you could use if it could hook up to that even possibly.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess right now it's done by hand. And I thought our employee McEwen did it, but maybe someone else now. But would it help, Mike, if we had a Zamboni unit like this? Mike there?
I think Mike
Jessica?
got booted again.
I think he's
he's having
Yeah,
a
he's
hard
gone
time
off
with
the
his
list.
internet.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm for it, so.
Mr. Mayor?
I think it's I was going to say, I think it's something that could be investigated. It's if it goes on the back of a tractor, it goes on a 3-point hitch because you have to be able to lift it up and down. And I do not know if we have something like that handy. There's lots of people in the community that have tractors, right? But it's, I guess the other thing is, ideally you want to keep it in someplace out of the elements when you're not using it. And my question is, what is that place? There's no place in the Dundome to put it. So to store where it can be stored. So it would have to come in and out from maybe the works garage or something like that, which is,
Mr. Mayor, did you share your screen just now? I see the big Zamboni.
That's not my screen, I think.
Oh, well, whoever did that, I really appreciate that. I wish I knew how to share the screen, but that's exactly the Zamboni 200 unit that I was talking about. I thought it was you, Mr. Mayor. So
I just looked it up while we were speaking, and I figured I'd show you what it was.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
No, that's exactly what it is, and they would do a great job. It'd be easier than doing it by hand, but Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Bray.
Mr. Mayor, my one comment would be is, does the tractor have to be dedicated to this because of not going on the main roads and ending up with dirt coming onto the surface? As far as I have seen, any of the Zambonis, they've all been specific to that, like the tractor or the machine, so that it doesn't take anything onto the surface of the ice. I don't think we can share this tractor.
No,
it's a good point, Councillor Bray. It can be shared, but you wouldn't want to really be sharing it during the winter months. You're 100% correct on that. But the tractor could be used in the summer for many different things, and then in the winter, it's hooked up for the use of it for the winter, is how you do it.
And I guess the tires could be cleaned so that there's no road salt and dirt coming in.
Exactly. And I'll try and send to all of council, just so you have it, the article that was in the paper for calendar that spoke about it so everybody can read it. And it was just an idea, Parkland Reserve, dedicated specialty equipment I know does qualify. But again, I'd ask staff to look into that, and we'll see if it comes back to the next agenda.
I think Councillor Woods had a comment or a question, by the way.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. If I could, I was just going to say, Councillor Nash and I have talked about this quite a bit. And I know it was brought up, I don't know if it was last year or the year before when we had the wish list, let's get a Zamboni for the rink. But I could tell you, for all of the people in the community that use the rink heavily, would most definitely appreciate it. It would give us better ice surface. And, from the stories that I've heard from people with kids, people that have grown up here and used it as a kid, the ice skating area is like the hot spot for Dunchurch in the wintertime. And we've heard, we've had compliments over the years that our ice surface was fantastic years and years ago, right? I've had a couple compliments that said it's, and it's due to weather usually, where our ice has been lacking in the past little while, right? But I would 100% support something like this for the rink, because that is, in the wintertime, that's the go-to spot for everybody that's up here year round, right? You go to the rink.
And if I could, Mr. Mayor, I'll just add my second item that I was thinking of for the capital. And it was last year, for several years now, was spoken about the boat launch at Snakeskin. It was great that previous staff started it and the current staff finished it off, and there's a sign there, and the sign was taken down. It was put back up, which is all good. People in the community know it's there. And where I was leading to there is, although it's there, I think that boat launch, unless we just do it under our operating, I think that boat launch could use a little bit extra TLC for some parking or the access itself. But where I'm also going off on this is right next to there's another lake, Dubois Lake. And because of all the logging that's gone on in the last 3-4 years, there's a snowmobile trail that comes off Highway 520, the Bunny Trail, just north of Snakeskin Lake. And that road snowmobile trail, which is now a road, can take 18-wheelers down it all winter long, and they're doing logging between Snakeskin and Dubois, but really closer to Dubois is where most of it is. And I think that what could be done is looking with the Ministry of Natural Resources, staff working with them, the Works Department, to see if a boat launch could be put in on Dubois Lake. We always talk about enhancing our water access opportunities in our official plan, our strategic plan. And we now have the opportunity where right now, because of the logging operations that have been done there, the road that accepts large trucks right now from the logging, you have an area, and I know Councillor Woods knows a bit about this, so I'll ask him to fill everybody in if I'm missing some stuff. But you might be, I think, maybe 100 feet away from the lake in some spots. And if we can get a boat launch on Dubois, I think it's well worth it So I'd like to see a little bit of money from the capital side, again, from our parkland reserves, maybe going towards the starting of that boat launch on Dubois, if the ministry would allow us to have a land use permit there. Because right now, there is no way to get onto that lake unless you go through a private landowner, really. There is no public boat launch on Dubois. So I'm not sure what others think of that, but that's my last ask for capital for this year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah,
Can I add one? I just thought of it as Councillor Nash was speaking, but I did hear during the year from people on I guess it's Shawanaga Lake at
Yeah.
Beach Road there. You know, we told them you can't keep your trailers there anymore in 2 weeks and whatever, and there's no dock there. So those people are really kind of at wit's end if they want to, you know, particularly if they're on island property, come and go to the boat launch and there's nowhere to put them except they go find their boat or their trailer wherever they've parked it and bring it down and put the boat on it. So I don't know whether has anyone else had any requests in terms of Shawanaga Lake and Beach Road?
I was just going to say, Councillor Lamb, which boat launch was it? It was the Beach Road
Road,
launch?
the one where the parking lot's up high.
Yeah.
Yep.
Beach Road.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I
go down. I mean, I've seen
I think
pontoon
when
boats. Pardon, sorry.
yeah, no, I was going to say I think when you and I toured that, I think it was last year. I could totally see. I think there's like a really bad dilapidated or a homemade dock if somebody had something. So I think that could be a really good idea, like what you're suggesting as well for parkland dedication for a
Yeah,
dock
I
there as
think
well.
so.
So I think it's a good idea, and hopefully others. What do others think of the Dubois Trail possibly doing a boat launch there? I'm just curious to see before staff bring something back what others might think of that as a possibility.
Through me, I don't know enough about it. So I
Yeah.
mean, if it's Councillor Woods knows more about it. So.
Mr. Mayor.
Do you want to comment? Or you want to comment? We're going back and forth here, but do you want to comment on Dubois Lake?
Sure. That's a good idea. I think that was brought up a couple of years ago as a potential opportunity to develop one, right? I think it was you that brought it up, Mr. Mayor. Just because of the way that the logging roads had gone in, we might be close enough to where the rest of it wouldn't be so much of an expense for the municipality to put a launch in on Dubois. I'm not against it. I think it would be a good idea. I don't know if it would happen this year or next year, but it could definitely be looking at a way to get people onto the lake there. There are a lot of, well, not a lot, but I mean, there's a decent number of people that are water access on the lake that use private access points. But the only other way to get onto the lake would be going through the trailer park and I don't even know if the new owners now of the tiny villages, I think he calls it now. I don't know if they allow just people to pay to launch a boat and go out for the day anymore, to be honest with you.
Is there a demand for people to go out on that lake on a day basis? I realize there's people that have property on it and so on, but is there? I guess I never in my mind saw it as a lake that was sort of in demand for folks to just come up and spend the day on.
There's a couple of small islands on the lake that people that they're not from anywhere around here. The one couple, I think they come up from the States to camp on the little tiny island in the middle of the lake a couple times a year.
Yeah.
There is some people that go out onto the lake and they usually just pay somebody they know kind of thing to get out onto the lake. It's a decent sized lake though. It's not ultra deep. It's what everybody says, it's the reverse of snakeskin basically kind of idea of lake, right? Almost the same measurements.
Yeah, okay. Well, I I think we could look at it for sure. Yeah. See. Um, okay, so
I want to go back to what, sorry
what
for
were
you,
what were you suggesting, Councillor Lamb, a dock for
well, that we look at a dock
for
or
Beach
put a
Road?
place marker in, of, I don't know, 10 or 15 grand or whatever for it'd be a small dock. It's not a big, huge lake, but and there's not that many island properties, and most people on that lake would, have their dock in front of their place. But it's just I had a request, and one thing I'm glad that this council has done as an achievement over the 3 or 4 years is improve our docking areas and our boat launches and things like that. So this would be kind of a continuation of that. But I would put place marker in, but I'd also take a look at the shoreline there. There's certainly a lot of boats that come out when I think Councillor Nash and I were there, or maybe it was another time. I mean, God, the parking was on both sides of the road going down. There was a pontoon boat kind of coming out and couldn't get by all the cars, and it was a real mess. But again, and we've also had requests, as you recall, from I think through planning of someone who was in McDougall saying, we want dedicated parking or something like that. Not that we would give it, but so it's a bit of a forgotten type lake. But I know that last year I had a call from one person who was really concerned about the trailer thing and what they needed to do when they just wanted to go to town to get some groceries or whatever. So, but anyway, so I'd put a place marker in that may come out when we take a look at the operating budget. And I guess my final question would be, here we go. Today, I don't know whether I think we've added, I don't know whether someone's doing a tally on all this, but we've added to the capital budget and the amount of the spend. But I mean, the operating budget's coming next month, but I mean, what's say staff on where we've gone and any prejudgment on the operating budget? Again, given the kind of 3 to 4% that we talked about last month.
And Councillor Lamb, would you mind if I ask one question just about the beach snakeskin or beach dock
Sure.
before staff answered the other one?
Sure.
So, like I said before, I totally support a dock there. I think it's part of our initiative, but also I look at it as a safety issue. Same reason why it was said about Gooseneck a few years ago. Your memory was very, very good. I think everything is described, and we were both there, I think was very accurate. But there's a hill to get down. There's safety issues for people putting boats in, getting out, be it a young person, an older person. So I think, it helps our community whenever we can get these docks there, even if it's somebody on these lakes, when they put their dock in the spring, or when they put their boat in the spring, when they take it out in the fall, people use that dock, even if it's really temporary. But I think it's a good ask.
Mr. Mayor, can I say something about the doctor on Beach
Sure, go
Road or
ahead.
potential?
Yeah, go ahead.
We did speak about this before at council. I don't remember how long ago it was, but when we asked, I think it was Dave Creaser for a report on all of our boat launches, this was brought up. And I want to say that what I remember is Dave told us that because of how shallow it is at the beginning, it would be more than just a little bit of a floating dock. There'd have to be like a longer, almost a walkway or a pier. Not something like the concrete one we have at our town beach, but it was more than just going to be a basic floating dock. And there was something about where the person that has their existing dock, it almost saddles the property line. And that would have been the best place to put one. But if we put one there, we're going to annex their docking, from what I remember of the meeting. So just so if staff goes and wants to look into it, that's what I remembered from the meeting. But I do agree that we should be putting docks in at whatever launches that we can.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the people up at the top who have that building that like makes it look like it's in our parking lot, they're the people that have the dock down at the at the lake.
Yeah.
And that's private property. So ours would have to be, in the main area where the road goes down, right? So,
Yeah, it's kind of like the Bennett's Bay landing at Washkesh. It's a very narrow dock. It's a very narrow beach, like the
yeah, it is. It is.
entrance into the water. So I think we would have to look. We really would have to look carefully at what's involved in doing it. But
Yeah, I agree, and it may be
doesn't mean we can't make a placeholder for it.
Yeah, absolutely, and it may be the end of the day that it's not viable. I don't know, but anyway.
So anyway, if I think we've got a good go at this, I'm thinking we're done and maybe ready to move on. I was just gonna before we do that, just point out to everybody that where we are. Oh, sorry, I got hands up. It's like it sounds like you want. Sounds like our CAO and our treasurer want to do something before. I'm not closing the meeting, by the way. We have to go. We have to move out of committee of the whole and everything. But I was just going to talk about the next two meetings that we have on budget. So anyway, go ahead.
Through your worship, I just wanted to address Councillor Lamb's question. It's hard to say because a lot of the direction you've given us, we don't have numbers yet. So I'm not going to know what the impact is until we get the new projects compiled and we look at everything as a whole. And then in terms of the operating budget, I haven't gotten submissions back from all of the departments yet. Those are due this week. So I'll be working over the next couple of weeks to put everything together and see what the net impact is to the bottom line.
Well, I just want to say from my standpoint, through you, Mr. Mayor, this has been a good meeting, and all of you at our staff have done a great job, and it's been a lot of good discussion. At the end of the day, we have to set a tax rate that's responsible for the times, and you've done a great job. I don't think I can ever remember a more substantive discussion on a capital budget in all my time on council. So it's been very good, and thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
Yes.
I can wait.
Yeah, through you, your
Nudge,
worship.
and yeah, our CAO clerk had his hand up, and then
Yeah, a lot of what I was going to say, Jessica has already said, but I was also going to speak to Councillor Lamb's question. I think, if you look at what we did today, yes, we did add some expense, but I think we also identified some potential sources of funding, either through the deferred grants or the parkland reserve. So, some of that will balance out, and at the end of the day, we'll get a better idea over the next month or so. And we do know the direction of where you'd like to sit on the taxes. So, I think we're going in the right direction.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to say, and I don't necessarily think that it's going to be a capital thing, but so everyone's aware, I will be asking for some extra monies to go to the school. I don't think it needs to be talked about in this meeting, but I will be asking for some extra monies to go to the school this year on behalf of the municipality. So just so everybody's on the page that I'm on.
Are you going to send something to us about that so that our staff have an idea what?
I could give you a quick rundown on what I would ask for and what I think the funds could be used for the school, if that's what you would like.
Well, I guess I'm concerned about your asking, but if you bring it up at the meeting on the 9th, say, well, I don't know if it's operating funds or not, but if you bring it up on the 9th, then it's kind of a new item and nobody's had a chance to figure out how it fits into the picture. So I guess I would encourage you to, if you can give us at least a quick idea of what you're talking about.
Sorry, I muted myself there, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'm just suggesting that we send the school my number would be as a suggestion, and I don't know if it would ever get there, but I'm suggesting $10,000 goes to the school. Reasons that I could list: one, I think it could help out with a multitude of things with our school, whether it comes to buying equipment for the kids that they borrow from other schools, like snowshoes and whatnot. The money could go towards purchasing the cars for the Pine Car Derby, transportation costs to different trips, and food programs. And I mean, I think everybody might realize now about the rising cost of food. Trying to feed multiple kids in the house for anybody, whether one or two parent households, is extremely costly. And for the municipality to put some money towards funding for whatever the school children in the area would need, I think is a good thing. So,
And through
look
you,
at my reasons, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd
Go
just say to Councillor Woods, I know we've spoken a bit about it. I think it's a great idea. I understand what you mean. When I look at it, having an elementary school in our area means we have younger families. Knowing the price of everything today, from food to transportation to housing to taxes, everything's taxing on everybody. And I'd look at this and say, say it was the $10,000, and I guess it would go under a charity donation.
Yeah.
But I'd look at it and kind of say, if that's going back to some of the younger families in our municipality to help with a food program or transportation, be it to a field trip or to a sporting event that they do, which I guess would still be a field trip, or for equipment that the school can't afford. And I know that the parents did have the bottle shed, but unfortunately aren't doing it for, I think there is magnitude of reasons and personal reasons. I think this might be a way that we can give back. So I'd be for it if I see that on the upcoming budget under donations for further discussion.
It's certainly not that I'm not supportive of the intent of this, but my question to our treasurer is, are we allowed, maybe it's not are we allowed, it's a question of what is the mechanism by which we can, under Ontario law, how can we divert municipal funds to a school? Presumably we would have to do it through some community, it would have to go to some program like the preschool program or the after school program or some other thing that is, because my sense of it is that we're not, because of the way the education is structured and funded in Ontario, we're not allowed to support, even the local board of education is not allowed to do, they can have programs involving volunteers and things in the school and use external resources for them, but they can't. I'm just asking you if there are what constraints there might be on us simply saying, here's money for say a capital equipment program for this to support the school. I just don't know if we're allowed to do that. Are we?
I believe you can. I don't believe there's any constraints, and it would be similar to the donations that council provides annually. I recall from last year there was one to I think one of the high schools on their graduation. So it's something you're doing now, right?
Those were awards for individuals though, right? They're like scholarships or bursaries, or we're definitely allowed to do that. I don't know. I'm just asking. I mean, if you don't have any concerns about it, then
no, I don't have any concerns with that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah. Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, if there was any concern about that, we could still do something like we already do with the grant program and allow people to, and we could have the school apply for specific funds for specific things if that made it easier. Like if they needed equipment, then if they knew we had funds available, they could apply for whatever it is. Or if their parent group needed food funds for the food program, there must be a way of being able to do it.
Yeah, I'm thinking of like, we can definitely subsidize, preschool, like school lunches. We can definitely subsidize after school program. We don't think we subsidize it, or if we do, not much, but these are things that we already do. And I'm not, by the way, there is a breakfast program that the school is still running as far as I know, and I don't know where the funds for that come from. But I'm sure there's nothing to stop us from doing that. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I think also the Lions Club donates money to the school. At least I think they have in the past.
Yeah, they did this year. They did this year.
Yeah, we could always check on that as well.
I wonder if it would be useful to have a conversation with I guess it would be the principal of the school,
yeah.
or principal and the staff or whatever, to see what they might be looking for. If there are, if there are specific, again, I'm not opposed to the idea. I'm just trying to figure out what we label it. Like for us to simply say, well, we're going to give you $10,000 or whatever. You can do with whatever you want. It might be better if they came and said, here's what we need, right?
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I did have a bit of a discussion with Mr. Burrows at the school, and they had no idea that I would be asking for anything, just so that's clear. But when I asked him, he gave me like basic rundown on costs, for a trip into Parry Sound for kids to go to a sporting event for transportation was about $450 per trip kind of thing. The Pine Car Derby and the rally to buy the cars for all the kids is, $700-800 for the races, which is very well attended for anybody that's ever been there.
Yeah.
They have a fantastic turnout, better than any other school around here for that little derby. And the food programming, there is some, and he said specifically that, the Lions Club does donate money, and we're very appreciative of anything that the municipality would give towards the school. And whatever the municipality says that we have to spend it on, that's what we would spend it on. Well, I don't know if that helps, but.
Okay, well, at least we have an idea of what you're talking about money-wise from a budget point of view. So, okay, is there anything else before we move out of committee of the whole? Again, I was just on the point of saying to you that our next budget meetings are February, and I'll get staff to correct me and make sure I'm doing this from memory. Monday, February the 9th that would be operating budget, and Wednesday, February 11th for capital. Does that sound right to you, Jessica? Or?
Yes, that's correct. They're both meant for like the comprehensive operating capital budget. Everything will be tied together. We've set aside 2 days for the preliminary discussions, and then in March we would bring back the final budget.
And can we assume that these meetings will be done via Zoom like this one?
Yes, we can certainly do that if that's what council wishes.
Just for like logistics purposes. Okay. All right then. If there's nothing else, can we have a motion to reconvene into a regular meeting, please?
We can make that motion, Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Councillor Nash.
I'll second it, Councillor Lamb.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's carried, and we're back in regular session at 3:48 p.m. Oh, it was AM. I think we'll go with PM. More than wishful thinking. Matters arising from the committee of the whole is a suggestion motion here that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby receives report FIN 2026-01, the 2026 proposed capital budget for information purposes, and that council directs staff to include the proposed reserve contributions and capital levy funding in the 2026 draft operating budget for council's consideration. Mover and seconder for that.
I can move, Councillor Nash.
Thank you. Seconded.
I'll second Councillor Woods.
Councillor Woods, thank you very much. Any discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you. Confirmatory bylaw, mover and seconder, please.
I'll move it.
Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Bray. Thank you. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. And adjournment. Where is? Okay. I'm not going to read. Read it to you. It says, now therefore be it resolved that this meeting be adjourned out the time until the regular council meeting of Wednesday, January 21st, 2028 at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair. But we've already discussed, our next regularly scheduled council meeting is actually Monday. Okay, sorry. It's Monday, February 9th. You agree with that? Monday, February 9th, 2026.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have a regularly scheduled council meeting on the 21st of January 1st.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. You're right. You're right. No, I'm looking at that thinking, oh no, I've got it out of sequence. I apologize. Okay, so now therefore be it resolved that the meeting be adjourned until the regular council meeting of Wednesday, January 21st at 10 a.m. Okay, so who's moving and seconding?
I'll move it.
Miss.
I'll
I can second them.
All
You
right.
pick.
Councillor Lamb moves, Councillor Wood seconds. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Didn't think it was going to be so hard to adjourn, did you? 3:51 it is. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll talk again in a week's time.
Good afternoon, everybody.